Mohammed, over here. Another fight in Abu Dhabi. You had said when you were fought in London, you were hoping to possibly fight in America after fighting so many times here and in London. So when they came to you with Abu Dhabi again, were you disappointed? Did you try to get? I know you wanted to be on that Boston card, I think, too. So I guess when they came to you with Abu Dhabi again, what went through your mind?
This is my 12th fight in Middle East, so I feel like I'm fighting at home. A lot of people coming to support me from UK, from North Caucasus, Dagestan, and I feel great. I couldn't get opponent for Boston, but after this, I would like to fight in America also.
Did you go to the UFC and ask to fight in that Boston, and then they went to people and no one wanted to fight you there, or did they just was everyone just tied up?
Yes, we did ask Mick to fight Manel Kape in Boston. It was a lot of talk on Twitter, but he never accepted the deal.
And you're obviously fighting Tim Elliott, one of the long-tenured fighters on the roster. So what do you make of him as an opponent and a style that a lot of people consider, as he describes, awkward?
He's awkward to people that just stand, know the simple, like simple boxing, simple wrestling. But I'm awkward to other people too. And I think this style makes very interesting. He always put performance because he's a great fighter. He has a good experience, and when I have opponent like this, I also stay focused, and it helps me to perform better.
Did you have to bring in anyone specific to train with, to prepare with someone that's like Tim?
I don't think there's people like Tim. Is a little bit moving crazy, but that's what makes for me easier style than anyone else, because I see a lot of holes in his game, a lot of opening, because he fights very wide.
And you have a new champion in your division in Alexandre Pantoja. So what do you make of him as a champion and the upcoming title fight against Brandon Royval?
I think he beat Brandon Royval very easy. He already beat him, and to be honest, in this division, I don't see Brandon Royval as a like competitor. I see there's Kai Kara-France, Amir Albazi, Manel Kape. This is those fights I would like to fight before the title, one of them. But Pantoja deserved what he stayed patiently, and he got what he deserved. I trained with this guy, very nice guy.
Mo, over here. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? I know it's been a struggle for you to get a ranked opponent, so how happy were you that Tim Elliott stepped up to fight you?
I'm very happy. Even after my debut, I called out like top 15, and everyone said, "Who are you?" But they know who I was. But only Tim Elliott said, "I'm ready to fight him. I don't care." He was just injured, so that's why I had to fight like somebody unranked. And this camp was most interesting for me because I stayed focused, good opponent, and it motivated me.
And I know you've had goals of being the youngest champion, but some injuries have slowed you down. So how frustrating has that been? Because at the end of the day, this isn't that long of a layoff, but at the same time, how frustrating has it been to have to deal with a couple of injuries?
First, in my head, I was 73.5 kilograms after injury happened, and I was thinking, okay, flyweight, that's it, over for me. Now I was thinking about bantamweight, but never mind about bantamweight or flyweight. I was thinking how to get back walking again, and I've done good rehab. I was out 6 months, right? I think it's okay. In 12 months, I had 4 fights. I was most active fighter in UFC flyweight division, and I need a little bit break. That was okay.
And Tim Elliott likes to grapple a lot in his fights. So what do you think of his grappling?
His grappling is good, but not like positional. He can't take somebody down, but his control not really great. That's why he has so many takedowns, but like not many finishes, I would say.
And one more for me. On paper, it's supposed to be your toughest fight. Do you expect it to be the toughest fight of your career?
I don't think. That's every time you move up to career, people are gonna say it's toughest fight. But I think every fight is your tough fight. Every fight is different. But I think in my amateur experience, in my amateur career, I had tougher fights than whole my professional career.
All right, thank you.
Мухаммад, приветствую.
Привет.
Вот по идее ты идешь в карде с самым большим фаворитом, соответственно, Тим Эллиот самый большой андердог. А как ты себе объясняешь вот такой расклад, то есть за счет чего практически не видит шансов у Эллиота на победу?
Может, за то, что у него такой рекорд, но я бы не считал его таким андердогом, чем других соперников. Может, года тоже старый уже.
Вот 1,5 года назад Тагир Уланбеков дрался с Тимом Эллиотом, проиграл. А ты случайно не пересекался здесь с Тагиром, и, может быть, тебе пролетали какие-то инсайды по тому, что Тим Эллиот делает в бою и чего тебе стоит опасаться?
Это не изменит ход моего боя. Он дрался, он проиграл же Тим Эллиоту, как бы. Я посмотрел его бои, у меня есть команда, которая мне может подсказать, и я на большом опыте сам могу понять, что будет Тим Эллиот делать. А так, вот так, чтобы мне подсказали в неделю боя, и у меня изменилась вся моя игра, то, что я готовлюсь на субботу, это не поможет.
Спасибо.
Мухаммад, салам алейкум.
Алейкум салам.
У тебя есть мечта, как ты говорил, цель стать самым молодым чемпионом UFC. Сколько у тебя еще времени до этого, до того, вот, чтобы вот эту границу перейти? И сколько поединков, как ты думаешь, еще в идеале тебе нужно будет сделать?
У меня до марта, 29 марта 2024 года есть время. Я уже планирую после этого боя вылететь в Америку и посмотреть, если там можно будет выйти на замену или просто подраться с
То
кем-то.
есть практически сразу, верно?
Ну, через недели-две я хочу полететь, посмотреть там, может выйти на замену. И еще есть в Саудии турнир 2 марта. У меня еще есть время, главное, чтобы рейтинговые соперники принимали бой.
Как ты думаешь, UFC помогут тебе в этом, ну, именно вот в продвижении вот к этой цели?
Это уже будет видно после вечера в субботу, когда финиширую я Тим Эллиот.
Спасибо, удачи.
Спасибо.
Мухаммад, ассаламу алейкум.
Алейкум салам.
Ты заявлял, что в бою с Эллиотом надо быть наглым. Можешь объяснить поподробнее, что имелось в виду?
Он хватает перчатки там в глаз, может там пальцем в глаз засунуть, шорты хватает. Но это работало с такими, можно сказать, ну, с его возрастом людьми. Там он дрался 32-летними соперниками, ему 36. Но я молодой, я такого наглого, как я, в этом октагоне еще не было.
Ты тренировался с Пантошем в Америке, спарринговал. А как проходили спарринги, собственно? И как бы сложился возможный поединок против него?
Я ему ничем не уступал, и он сказал, что ты пройдешь этот дивизион слегка. И после того, как мы потренировались пару раз, мы уже не вставали пару. Может, он чувствовал, что я будущий претендент. И вот тогда разошлись аккуратно.
Буайсар Сайтиев посоветовал тебе не обращать внимания на хайп и так далее. А был ли от него совет по борцовским именно элементам каким-то?
Да, его видел сейчас на чемпионате России. Он подошел, пожелал мне удачи, сказал, оставайся сфокусированным. Ты очень хорошо идешь. Дал пару хороших советов.
А кого считаешь лучшим борцом в UFC?
Генри Сеходу, я думаю. Если борцом, а если вот давление, там Хабиб Нурмагомедов.
Ты также рассказывал, что бойцы-европейцы могут зависать в барах, а потом в понедельник полуубитыми находиться в зале. А как обстояли дела в случае твоего товарища Тома Аспинала?
Он зависает или нет в барах?
Было ли такое?
Не, может он зависает, но он не то, что зависает. Может пойдут, они отдохнут, но я его очень давно знаю, уже лет 10 я его знаю. Хороший человек, семьянин, ничего лишнего себе не позволяет.
Спасибо.
Мухаммад, один вопрос буквально. Вот недавно наткнулся на фотографию, где ты еще совсем молодой, с Томом Аспиналом, и вы оба в рашгардах, и у вас написано «Дагестан». А как вручил этот рашгард Тому Аспиналу и кто?
Тогда тогда я еще был в беженском лагере, и он мне сказал, у меня был Дагестан, майка, мне ее подарили, и, ну, такая, рашгард. И он мне сказал, я такой же хочу. Я ему сказал, ты мне свой рашгард дай, и мне дешевле было пойти, ему там принт сделать в этом, ну, этот стикер, да, Дагестан, чем ему еще рашгард покупать. Я сказал, у меня, короче, не позволяет. Как я сказал, да.
Спасибо. Мухаммад, приветствую.
Привет.
Я тут. Расскажи немножко про свой угол. Я вижу, что у тебя сейчас с тобой пришел Шарап Гетинов, а также я видел Рустама Хабилова, а вот Эльдаров, например, будет?
Да, он прилетит в среду. В среду, сегодня прилетает, да. Сегодня среда вроде.
Сложно было ребят уговорить или сразу же они согласились быть в том углу?
Уговорить? Нет, это же наша команда, они здесь будут по-любому присутствовать.
И вот я видел, с тобой зашел совсем молодой боец, я не знаю, или нет. Расскажи, кто это.
Это Шарафа сын, будущий футболист. Легенда.
Окей, спасибо.
Yeah, just wanted your thoughts on the main event between Makhachev and Volkanovski.
Prediction?
Yeah.
I think it'd be tougher fight than first fight. Because Volkanovski, like he didn't come out of the couch, he trained like for 4 weeks, he said, right? So I think he won't be overtrained or like under any pressure. He's just gonna come out, maybe for first 2 rounds, he'll be very, very dangerous. But I think after that, he's gonna slow down and Makhachev win by decision. But for first 2 rounds, he will be dangerous. Especially he said, after his fight, like I should have done on first, second round more pressure him instead of later rounds. Good.
Salam alaikum, Mohammed.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Mohammed, just a quick question for you. We know and we've been watching you since the days that you were competing in Brave. I just wanted to ask you, from your perspective, how have you seen the improvement in MMA in general in this part of the world? Where do you see Arab MMA going? Do you think we might be looking down a road at some stage where we're seeing a card that might have 6, 7, 8 Arab fighters? From your experience in the local scene, that's one question. And the follow-up is, if you were to, now that you're back with us in Abu Dhabi, have you found it easy to acclimatize or have you struggled with it a little bit?
I think UAE already have first UAE fighter this weekend fighting, so it's already, they made the history. A lot of like royal family like Bahrain, UAE, they invest a lot of in the sports. It's growing. The whole like world championships, they brought basketball team I think two weeks ago, and it's slowly growing. And like they have world championships, jiu-jitsu, which I will be competing November 2nd. And I think they invest a lot of money. And 5 years ago, they didn't know about MMA much over here. Now it's growing. And I think it will be a lot of young generation people join to MMA clubs.
Мухаммад, от меня еще вопрос. Я вот сегодня с тобой пересекся сейчас в коридоре и впервые тебя вижу буквально за пару дней до боя, и показалось, что ты прям очень сухим выглядишь. Как у тебя сейчас с весом и сколько осталось?
С весом у меня хорошо, около 4,5 килограмм. Нормально, идет по плану все. Good. Have a good day, guys.
Assalamu alaikum.
Johnny, over here, other side. Let you drink water first. So before we get into the fights, how's Abu Dhabi been treating you?
Sorry?
Have you enjoyed Abu Dhabi?
I didn't have the time yet to go much around. I'm focused on the fight, but I'm gonna stay a few days after the fight to enjoy. I can't wait to see. Have a lot of attractions here. I went to the zoo. The zoo was nice, very nice zoo. But I want to go to the Ferrari, the Sea World. I have a lot of things to enjoy. You can't get bored here.
Right. Well, speaking of your fight, you're obviously fighting Ankalaev, so I'm curious, what do you make of him as an opponent leading up to this?
He's a really dangerous fighter, tough Russian guy, and he's number 2 in the world. What else we can say? He's number 2 in the division. The second dangerous guy in the division. He's very tough, and imagine somebody that beat him. If somebody beat him, this guy is going to be ready for the title shot next.
But when Anthony Smith fought him, he said that Ankalaev is just very good at everything. He's just basic, but he's just solid across the board. So I'm curious, when you watch tape on him, does anything stand out about his skill set?
Stand out? What you mean?
Like, is he better at striking, grappling? Does he have any strengths that you see, or is he just good across the board?
Yeah, he's a good southpaw, good striking, back. He have a left good high kick, you know, and good wrestler. He's number 2, bro. He's good.
I'm curious, do you think he beat Jan Blachowicz when they fought to that draw?
I thought they fight for the belt. Even if you die, you have to do your best there. You have to show that you deserve to be champion of the world. It's a big title to get. Champion of the world in the division. Don't let the referee decide for you. If you decide you can't complain, you have to accept. You let them decide for you, you accept.
Johnny, when we spoke yesterday, you said that Ankalaev should do some crazy shit to promote this fight. Do you expect him to come up with anything at all?
What he did?
When we spoke yesterday, you said that Ankalaev should do some crazy shit.
Should do.
Yeah, to promote this fight. Do you expect him to come up with something?
I don't know. He just have to be a little bit more not terrible, no? People have to notice him. He very quiet. He don't speak much, you know. And just have to show more emotion and do something to make people want to see him fight. You know, he's a really good fighter. He's a good fighter already. Now he needs a little bit better personality just to promote himself. You know, it's for his own good.
Does it make it harder or easier for you to fight someone like that who is not emotionally involved in in promoting the fight?
Make no difference. I'm not emotionally involved anyway, as well. I walk towards and fight the number 2 in the world, or the best fighter ever. For me, it's just I don't give a fuck. I just go there and fight and go back home after.
All right, thank you.
Johnny, right here. After the last fight, Ankalaev said he was going to change his style a little bit and be more exciting because of the criticism. Do you think he's going to fight differently in this fight than we've seen him in the past?
Every fighter have your pattern to fight. They don't change much style anyway. If some things happen, they always come back to the same way that he always fights because it's trustable for them. So if if it doesn't work, he always come back to the same style. So let's see. I'm excited because I can change my style. I'm very, very orthodox fighter. I fight different than everyone. I have my own style, so I can change my style. I don't know if he's capable for do this, but if he does and something goes wrong, you always come back to the old one.
Who do you think is going to be the champion if you win here and get your title shot? Do you think it's going to be Yuri Prochazka or Alex Pereira?
Bro, I have no idea. I can't predict the future because both are really good strikers, you know. They can knock people out. So one thing that I know, that I'm almost sure, is the fight's not going to go for decision. Somebody's going to get knocked out or submitted.
And you've obviously training at SPG Ireland. With Conor McGregor coming back, have you seen him in the gym much during this training camp?
He's been training loads, but not in the gym. He built his own training camp, you know, bring the coach wherever he want to train. He's another level, Mac life. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Hamid, over here, on your left. Salam. Congratulations on getting signed to the UFC. How does it feel to be the first Emirati to ever compete in the octagon?
Thank you. Feels great, obviously. I'm very proud to represent my country in the biggest league. It's always been a dream, and I'm here now. I'm ready to represent.
And the UFC has been returning to Abu Dhabi for a couple of years now. Was it frustrating for you? Were you reaching a point where you thought maybe you wouldn't get this chance? So how has the past couple of years been like for you?
I always thought I'd get the opportunity, and I feel the opportunity is up to God. So all I did is stay ready, and I knew the opportunity would come. And when it does come, I need to be 100% ready, and that's where I'm at now.
I know this will be the biggest stage you ever compete in, but you've defended your belt at Etihad Arena multiple times. So does that kind of give you a bit of comfort coming into this fight?
Yeah, I fought in Etihad Arena a few times, obviously. I'm not going to let anything affect me. I'm in my zone and soak up all after the fight, but yeah.
And you're taking on Trevor Peek. What do you think of him as an opponent? He's showed a very aggressive and wild style at times. So how do you see this fight playing out?
I feel like it's a great opponent for me to showcase my skills. He's tough, he comes forward, and I love a person that comes forward. We could get fight of the night with that. And yeah, I'm looking forward. I feel like I'm better than him in every aspect, and I'm coming.
Thank you.
Right here. Obviously, like Farah said, this part of the world, they know you and they've seen you fight before, but for people back in America or even Europe, they look at your resume, you have almost 10 years of experience and you're making your debut, so what can fans expect when they see you fight for the first time, especially for people back in the States?
I like to perform, I like to put on a good show for everyone that is watching, I never like to have a boring fight, and that's what they're going to expect is a really good fight, and he's obviously going to come forward, so it's going to make a good fight,
I just wanted to know your thoughts on like a prediction for the main event.
With Islam, and I think Islam would win. Volkanovski, obviously a tough guy, I love him too, I love his style. But we're going to have to see his 10 days notice, and Islam's been in training camp for a while now, and he's ready to face anyone, so yeah, we'll see.
Mohammed, how are you? Mohammed, you were obviously training with Khamzat up in Dubai. Just what did you take from that, and what advice did he give you coming into UFC fight week and everything that entails?
Nothing really, just told me to stay calm, and the advice is not really he told me anything, but just from watching his work ethic and seeing how he trains, how he's focused, how he comes in, and he obviously motivated me. I'm in the room of one of the best, most talked about fighters in the world right now, and yeah, it's great.
And obviously you've looked forward to fight week for a long, long time. You were saying you've prepared your whole life. How has it been the last few days being around the UFC, getting the whole experience?
Yeah, obviously it's great. Everything's moving smooth. I love how they work. Obviously it's the best in the world, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be part of the company, and I'm here to perform and put on great shows.
And just lastly, what sort of support do you imagine that you're going to get in Etihad Arena on Saturday night?
Obviously the whole crowd is going to be with me, hopefully, and it's going to be crazy. I'm ready to soak up the energy, and 18,000 people is going to be great. Never fought in front of that many people. And yeah, excited.
Thank you.
يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
سؤالي بالعربي. سؤال واحد بسيط. لما تاخذ الفوز إن شاء الله كيف راح تحتفل؟
بشكر الناس اللي ساعدوني اني اوصل هالمرحلة ونشوف ان شاء الله عقب الفايت. الحين ما اقدر اقرر، بس خلنا نشوف لان الحماس تغير كل شيء.
طيب طلب صغير، اي احتفالات احسب حسابنا انا وطارق من هوش امامي.
سوري ما سمعت؟
طلب صغير، اي احتفالات احسب حسابنا.
ما سمعت.
احسب حسابنا انا وطارق باي احتفالات بعد الفوز ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله.
شكرا.
محمد، سؤال سريع. احنا عم نشوف من المقاتلين اللي عم بيجوا من امريكا وبريطانيا الى اخره، روسيا، داغستان، اللي عم بيجوا بيتمرنوا معك حاليا في المخيم تبعك، سواء كان شرف الدين او حمزات الى اخره. شو رايك انت بمستوى التمرين اللي عم تتلقاه في الامارات، وشو رايك في انه عم بيجوا هدول المقاتلين العالميين عشان يتمرنوا معنا هون في دبي وابو ظبي؟
الامارات طورت وايد، مو بس في الايفنتات وفي الصالات، يعني في كل مكان في صاله MMA. من قبل سنين يعني ما كان في اي صاله، الحين لو تشوف كل مكان ما شاء الله في صاله اتمرن فيه. وفي صالتي يعني عندي احسن ناس من العالم في العالم جايين، من روسيا، يعني مصارعين كل اسبوع كل شهر في ناس جداد جايين يعني يتمرنون ويانا، وهالشيء زين حقي يعني اتعلم من اشوف مستواي بين كل الناس يعني.
موفق إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
You talked about a sold-out arena, and of course, being one of the biggest fights that you mentioned, do you think that's an added pressure for you come fight night, or how are you planning to block out that noise and just concentrate on your opponent?
I don't know. I'm just gonna obviously I'm focused. I'm gonna soak up the crowd a bit, but more focused on who's in front of me, and then after the fight, it's gonna be great soaking up the crowd. So that's what I see.
Do you think there's that enough motivation and a little bit of pressure as well from your team to sort of live up to the expectation and the night as well?
Yeah, for sure. The motivation is crazy. Obviously, this has been our dream, not just for me, but for my team and my brothers, you know. And we're looking forward to putting on a good show and then representing in the octagon.
Any message that you can give to the UFC aspirants over here, locally as well in UAE?
What do you mean? Like
any message or any word of advice that you can give to them?
I'm going to put on a great show. That's about it. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to the Middle East. I feel like this is kind of what you live for, right? Things, some challenges that people think, well, there's no way he should be trying that. I feel like when you get a phone call that offers you that challenge, you just can't wait for it.
Oh yeah, that's very loud. Yeah, for sure. Again, it's opportunities. You know what I mean? It's opportunities to be great, right? So a lot of people, there is a lot of risk, but you know, as they say, high risk, high reward. You know, that's how I look at it. So, and that's why I've been busting my ass for the last 12 years. You know, 11 or 12 years, however long it was. You know, literally, so I can be that guy that can do things like this. And do some history-making type of stuff, and you know, really have a legacy that people will be talking about for a very long time.
There are people who are almost already trying to set the narrative that you have nothing to lose. You can come in here and be the hero. But I've heard you say multiple times that no, if I don't get this done, I lose an opportunity at this rematch, like that lightweight title. So do you feel that you're just rolling the dice here to prove that I can make these things and I can pull them off?
Yeah, for sure. This whole nothing to lose type thing is silly. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's still a lot of pressure on Islam, and I understand that. But I mean, I have to take this rematch that I want so bad. This lightweight title. You know, we talk about legacy. You know, this. If I was to lose, my legacy takes a big hit. I don't get another shot at him. I don't get another shot probably at the lightweight title. You know what I mean? Like, how much longer do I have? You know, we don't know these things. So there's definitely still a lot to lose for me. I think, you know, he takes a big hit with a loss to his legacy, losing to someone who is obviously the featherweight champ, a division below, coming in on 12 days' notice. Again, there's a lot of pressure on him, but you know, no pressure on me. I'm not letting there be any pressure, but there's still a lot to lose for me. So I don't want people acting like, you know, like that there's no, me doing this is a no-brainer. I guarantee you there's not many fighters that are going to do this. And, you know, you heard Islam say, you know, no excuses and things like this. It's just one thing I want to say is, like, put it this way, 100% if the roles were reversed, this fight is not happening. I don't care what anyone says. He's not fighting on 12 days' notice. So he needs to remember that.
Tactically, you've said that you're going to come in more aggressive early on. Is that because cardio's not where it was for that February fight, or is that I found something out in that 5th round of the first fight that I can apply in the first 2 rounds of this next fight? Why tactically come out there more aggressive this time? I just don't think I need to, you know, from the first fight, like, I showed him a lot of respect, and it's a well-deserved respect. But, you know, I felt like I didn't need to show him so much respect. And, you know, it's pretty obvious. You know, I'm sure they understand that I'm going to be coming for him. So it's no hidden secret for me to be like, yeah, I ain't taking, you know, I'm going to be coming full steam ahead of him. You know what I mean? So it's going to be an exciting fight because of that. You know, a lot of people, I'm just trying to be real with every situation I'm in. You know what I mean? Like, usually I'm preparing for the worst, and I've got a lot of ways things can go. When you get 12 days notice, there's not so much variables for me, or like there's not many ways I can go. Don't get me wrong, I probably could, but I can't afford to focus on any of that. All I can focus on is what I plan on doing and what I want to do. And the fact that I've had 12 days notice, I think is what's going to make me so dangerous. Because what I learned from that first fight, and me saying, you know, I showed him too much respect, me taking this on 12 days notice, I can't afford to show him respect. So it's sort of playing into my hand anyway. I'm going to be fresh, excited, coming off a short camp, no nigglies, no injuries, and then I'm coming full steam ahead. You took it on 12 days. What amount of days would have it been to make you say no?
Say it again? So
you said yes on 12 days. Would you have said yes on 10 days? Would you have said yes on 7 days? How close to the fight before you saying, okay, come on?
I mean, it just depends on the weight, really. That's 12 days where my weight was. Luckily, the day before I got the phone call, my weight was pretty heavy. You can go on my YouTube channel and you can see what my weight was. I think it's out there anyway. But if you want more of the details, it's in that video. But yeah, you could see, and then I was already like, oh wow, this is way too heavy. So I had a 1 day head start before I had the call, because I didn't like that weight. So I lost like a couple of kilos even before I got that phone call. But you know, if I was to do that on 6 days notice or whatever it is, if I could make weight, I'll do it. But
yeah, you got to see if you can make the weight though, right? Last thing I want to do is come here and not make weight, but yeah.
Yeah, speaking of make weight, I think you may have made weight for every featherweight and lightweight
Okay,
title.
so yes, I did want to touch on this. So a lot of people want to talk about, can I keep 2 divisions busy? So let's talk about this for a second. I've come here to fight. I've stepped up for every light and featherweight fight for the last year, over a year. I've been here ready to fight. Not only I did fight in most of them, and I will fight in most of them because I missed out on one, but I still turned up there to make weight. So there you go. I've been for the last, 5 or 6, I think it's 6, last 6 light featherweight fights. I've been there to fight every single one. Try and tell me that I can't keep 2 divisions busy.
So we'll see you in January.
See me in January.
Alex, if it wasn't Islam that you were stepping on short notice, would you have taken the fight? Like if they had come to you and say like both lightweights can't make it, can you fight Ilya on 12 days notice? Would you have taken that? Or is it the fact that it's a guy you fought before and it's Islam?
For lightweight?
For just featherweight or lightweight or anything?
Well, I ain't making featherweight on 12 days notice, so I think there's a lot of things, you know, I want to be that guy, but I mean, there's history here. This fight, you know, like, what if, you know, say if I didn't take this opportunity, he fights Charles and wants to move up and goes there, and then I don't ever get a chance to have that rematch. That was playing on my mind too. That was a big reason why I needed to do this as well. This is an opportunity where I can get that rematch and do something great. You know what I mean? So that's how I'm looking at this. If this was just any other fight, probably not. You know what I mean? Wouldn't interest me. This interests me. There's history. There's this rivalry. There's a lot of talk already from the first fight. Like, this fight needs to happen, and we're doing it on 12 days' notice.
So like kind of going off that, if it was Islam that got the cut and they say, can you fight Charles on 12 days' notice, would this not have been the same, considering you've made it known that beating Islam is more important really than the lightweight belt?
The lightweight title is still a thing that I want though, and then I demand the rematch anyway, so I get that rematch. So that works out. So like, you know, I'm thinking of it all. You know, I mean, if I was to fight Charles instead of Islam this weekend, I take that belt. When Islam's back, I get my rematch. So either way, fighting for that lightweight title, yeah, probably because the fact was lightweight title, I can make weight, and part of my legacy, I want that second belt. I want that rematch. That still promises me the rematch. So yeah, that'll be a clear, easy decision for me to do as well.
And how is the hands? Because the last time we spoke to you in Sydney,
it was the elbow. That was the elbow. So I broke the hand. That was last year, but the elbow was after the last one. But yeah, it's fine.
Alex, just curious, one of the narratives coming out of the last fight and what his team has been saying this week is that you were actually heavier on fight night than he was. Do you know if that's accurate?
Nah, they're just, I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, it's funny how they'll sit there and like, how can you say a lot of that stuff? They literally, the biggest excuse that I heard was the fact that they didn't have 10 extra hours. You know what I mean? It's like how are we using that as an excuse? You're saying you're that big that you can't rehydrate in 30 hours or 30-something hours. You need 40 or whatever it's going to be. Like, it's not a real good excuse, to be quite honest. And me saying that I was heavy, no, I went in there, I think I wanted to be in there about 76, 77. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's, I'm pretty sure what I went, that's kilograms. So yeah, that's about close to 170. But yeah, I mean, you can say what you want. There's putting on actual weight. Like I put on 10 kilos in featherweight or whatever it is, 8 kilos, whatever it is in featherweight. But that's filling out my muscle. And then there's filling out fat and stuff at lightweight. That's, you know, like obviously is a big difference. They can use that, but I mean, that's just, yeah, that's pretty much, that is false. And that's, yeah, besides the whole point.
And one of the things Michael Bisping famously said when he pulled off that very short notice upset of Luke Rockhold, which was also a rematch, was that the fact that it was so short, it didn't allow him to overthink the fight, and it didn't allow him to overtrain because he goes so hard. Are you feeling some of that coming in?
100%. It's short notice. I can't. Oh man, you know, I should have done this. You know what I mean? I can't do any of that. So I'm good at, like, obviously I'll always prepare how I should. but I can accept situations and adjust and move on. All right, I can't get this 12-week camp, but what I can do is take advantage of me being fresh, take advantage of this mindset of me being, you know, not fresh, obviously physically and mentally, right? I don't have this whole like pressure of camp and, you know, killing myself for the last 8 to 12 weeks. And I get to go in there and be excited and be dangerous, you know what I mean? Like, so, and I know I need to focus on them. I can't focus on all the other stuff. There's pros and cons. I can't afford to focus on the cons. That's done. Accepted, move on, what I can do. There's still a lot of pros there, and I'm going to take full advantage of it.
And you told Fari last night that a fight with Justin Gaethje sounds nice after this, maybe a trilogy. There's been some kind of rumors out there that the UFC is maybe waiting on the result of this fight, and say you can't go in January or you plan on something else, that maybe they would do like an interim title with Ilya and Max. What would you make if that was kind of the direction that went?
Look, I mean, I need to have that's why I wanted to make a point of this whole, you know, I can keep 2 divisions busy. That was a goal of mine. I've been saying it for a while. I want to do that. I understand what they want to do. They're like, come on, like, we don't want to hold 2 divisions. I think I'm proving that I wouldn't. But, yeah, obviously I want to do January. I want to go out here, I want to be double champ, and I want to keep 2 divisions busy. I don't know when Gaethje's looking to get back in there. But, yeah, obviously there's a lot of exciting fights at lightweight. We'll see what happens. But, I mean, I do, you know, want to keep 2 divisions busy. That is something that I want to do. I don't think we've had many people do that, you know. That's obviously a difficult thing to do, but I think that can add a lot to my legacy as well. So that's something I definitely want to do.
What is the secret to this activity, to keeping healthy, to keeping mentally fresh? How are you doing this?
I mean, I'm just a professional. I have been for the last 12 years, and I've got full confidence, and I'm comfortable with who I am and what I've done for them years to understand that, you know, I'm going to prepare anyway, and then I'm going to be, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, I need a break, and like they're worried about if things go wrong, which is fair. But I mean, you know, I got that motivation probably from Izzy, how active he was, and what he was doing for so many years. You know, that was inspiration for me to be like, you know what, I want that. You know what I mean? I thought that was incredible, and that's why you're seeing me, you know, sort of take that as well. And then now I'm just trying to add on. Like, you know, I feel like I thrive off it. I thrive from being active and doing things that not everyone will do. And then even situations like this, you know, I feel like you just keep adding on to that legacy and who you are, and you know, and yeah, like my mindset, mentality, it just shows you what I'm all about, and I'm comfortable and happy with that, and ready for all challenges that come my way.
Yeah, and you mentioned,
and I literally thrive off it. You literally couldn't keep the smile on my face the day after. I mean, as soon as I got that call, all week I was so excited. Everyone in the gym, everyone was excited. I noticed. So it's like everyone just knows, all right, you know, obviously everyone knows that Islam's no easy fight, but they just know if anyone can do it, it's me, and everyone's excited, and everyone was just pumped up and ready for it. So it's been nothing but positive vibes from myself and my team, and can't wait to go out there and make history.
Yeah, and you mentioned kind of the comparison to Izzy. You see him now, though, and he's saying he needs a long break. Yep. Is it maybe unfair to compare it in that sense, considering he had like 100 kickboxing fights?
Oh, mate, like, and he was, what did I say, 11 title fights since 2019? That's nuts. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Obviously, it obviously didn't go his way last fight, and then he just needs some time. You know what I mean? So, but and that's fair. You know what I mean? There's going to be times that's going to happen. You know, he's done already incredible things anyway. Like, I mean, if he was to retire, he's retiring as one of the greats anyway. So, like, I've got nothing but love for Izzy, and whatever he chooses to do, I'll support it.
And just last thing for me, are you aware of the rumor of the EA Sports UFC cover curse? And what do you make of this whole thing?
I love debunking all that shit, to be honest. Like, you know, wasn't there the 35-year-old thing as well? I love it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they get, you know, I remember even they said it like for my Aldo fight about the haircut on Embedded or something like that. And like, so I debunked that ages ago. I think I've debunked a few things and ready to debunk a few more. I hope people keep pushing that, you know what I mean? Like, oh, he broke the UFC cover curse. Oh, it's like, man.
Alex,
That means a big deal, but I mean, people want to act like it. I swear, well, let's add that to their legacy. I'll beat the UFC cover curse.
Well, John Bernard from KO Sports. You've spoken all week about how important this fight is to your legacy. If you do go on and win this rematch, do you think this solidifies you as not only the best UFC fighter Australian, but one of the best Australian athletes across all codes?
That's not up to me. You know what I mean? I'm obviously in a massive sport and doing some great things, and I plan on doing more great things and breaking records, and solidify myself as a great, as a legend of the sport. And I guess the rest is just up to everyone else. You know what I mean? Like, so it's I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Now, you said you want to debunk the UFC curse. If Drizzy Drake, the rap artist, wants to place a bet on you, are you looking to debunk?
I debunked that last fight.
Yeah, there you go.
He bet on me against Jair Rodriguez.
There you go.
So another one I debunked. I love it.
Ticking it off the list. And what?
Mate, I'm gonna end up focusing on all these. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like all of it. I'm gonna channel all my energy. Is like going, oh yeah, they're saying they've never done this. All right, fuck it, fuck the belts. I'm going to this one to break this, debunk this one. Yeah, no one's been a no one's done all three. But I mean, fucking hell, that's gonna keep me real busy, isn't it?
Last one. There also has been talk of Islam and his current state at the moment. He looks fairly depleted, even just walking through and doing all his media duties. Have you had any interaction with him in the lead up to the fight? And did you have any opinion on his state at the moment?
No, I think I seen him a little bit yesterday. He didn't look too happy, but that's expected. I'm usually, even when I'm doing the decent weight cuts, I'm usually pretty, upbeat and pretty happy going through the process. But some people just hate it and just want to get it over and done with. But I don't take any of that in. Like, I'm sure he's like that every fight week. You can't sit there and be like, oh, weakness. You know what I mean? But I plan on that pressure I'm going to bring and everything. Like I said, this big weight cut that they do, he's got a lot of time to rehydrate. But again, he remembers what happened last time. So actually, one thing I did, because yesterday, I don't know if he was trying to mean mug me, like he was looking and like sort of trying to give me evils or something like that. I don't know what he was trying to do, but which is going to be pretty hard, because I mean, let's remember how we left that fight. I was like, oh mate, you're not going to intimidate me. It's like I had you like trying to do whatever you can to say for the save your life. You know what I mean? I remember punching your head through the canvas. So to intimidate me is going to be pretty difficult. So I don't know what he was doing that. Maybe he was just sussing me out. I don't know, but. Maybe just didn't realise I was there. I don't know. But I wasn't intimidated.
Thank you, Bob. Do us Aussie proud.
Yeah.
Alex back here.
Hey.
G'day. Welcome to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot has been made about this being a short notice fight. Now, the question for you is, Charles Oliveira was quite vocal about not wanting to come here and not wanting to fight in Abu Dhabi for whatever reason. Was there any part of you deep down inside that kind of knew that this might be coming?
I mean, I'd love to tell you that I did do that, because that's probably something I would usually do, I guess. But I mean, I was doing whatever I can to try and fight later in this year. And so I literally thought I was fighting in January. So luckily, I'll do my head in if I don't train. So I'm always training. But I'll be honest, I didn't expect to get the phone call. But that doesn't. I'm glad I didn't expect it, because I think that still puts pressure. I still think that's, like I said, I'm coming in fresh. Fresh mentally and physically, because I didn't even think of this. You know what I mean? So I think that's an advantage for me. So I'm sort of glad, if it's going to come on 12 days notice, I'm glad I wasn't constantly thinking about it, because I wouldn't be able to fully commit anyway. So the way it's planned out adds to the story and makes me more dangerous. So I'm sort of glad that I didn't expect this fight to come up.
Well, we're very happy to have you here at Abu Dhabi. One more question, Volk. Coach Craig Jones, in the lead up to this, said Sambo isn't a real sport. How do you feel about that?
Craig says a lot of things, man. Look, that's just Craig. I don't know. I'm sure people understand how Craig is. If they get offended, they definitely don't know what he's all about. But watch videos, and then you will understand Craig Jones.
Thanks for your time and good luck, champ.
No worries. Cheers.
Alex, question at the back over here.
Yep.
You bring a lot of heart and passion into your fights, and that's of course your legacy as well. But you spend quite some time away from home in New South Wales. So how's the support and the passion from your team as well. Can you talk us through that and the legacy as well that's involved with
Time away from home.
Yeah.
No.
Your fights and the support.
Because I'm fighting regularly, you mean?
No, the support that you get from your team.
Okay, yep. Yeah. Well, the support's incredible. Yeah, obviously I'm yeah, I don't know the question. Like, sorry, you're saying I'm away from home a lot? Is that what?
Yeah, whilst you're away.
Okay,
when
yes.
You spend time away because Australia is quite a far distance. So when you're out and about for your fights, the support.
Okay, yes, okay, yep. Yeah. So yeah, obviously the support's been incredible forever. You know what I mean? In Australia, especially down in the Gong, everyone's always been great. But I mean, this whole situation on 12 days' notice shows you the team and the support I have. I've been pretty vocal about it, like how everyone literally just changed all their plans, literally hours after I got the phone call, to be there to help me in camp, or to be overseas, getting me ready in the few days that we had, and not only that, to be over here at Abu Dhabi, spending a whole 10 days or whatever it's going to end up being away from their family. Just to help me out, when you got physios, strength and conditioning coaches, you got dietitians, and then obviously your training partners and coaches, and everyone literally just dropped what they were doing. And not only did they do that, have been nothing but positive, and it's been a joy. It really has. And I think I'm glad they were like that. There's no stress in the camp, which is going to make this more exciting and make me more dangerous. So I've got a great team around me. Very thankful.
Couple of the Australian athletes across different sport, whether it's Nick Kyrgios in tennis or a couple of the cricketers that come out here, they talk about the distance, being away from home, and how that mentally sort of affects them, maybe not being able to see the family or whatever.
Okay,
is that something that you feel as well?
No, not really. Like, I mean, I've got a job to do. This is a part of the process. Like I said earlier, no matter what situation I'm accepting, I'm going to make it work. I try not to, I hate being away from my family, but if I have to for a fight, that's it. It's done. I have to accept it, move on, and focus what's at hand. I'm able to do that. You know what I mean? Even when it comes to injuries and things like that, sometimes you get an injury and you start stressing, no, what if something's bad? And then you hear it is broken. Yeah, you have broke your big toe. It's like, all right, accept it, boom, move on. But now I've got a clear path. I was stressing more before I knew it was broken. Then I find out, the worst possible news, and now it's so much easier for me to accept and be like, okay, no more pressure. That's happened. All right, now we've got to do this. I can accept these things and move forward. I think that's just a part of my mentality, my mindset, and that really helps me be able to do what I do, especially in this crazy roller coaster of a sport, and MMA and UFC, and my crazy, wild career as well, and doing crazy shit like this, lucky I have that type of mindset.
And just a final question from me for the fans that are coming to Etihad Arena to see your fight, this passion that you bring, this energy, do you sort of credit that to your upbringing as well and the struggles when you went through in your childhood? Is that something you credit as well?
I mean, there's experience through everything, man, experiences through everything in life, right? Get you ready. I wouldn't be the man I am without this career, without without how I was brought up, and all them life experiences made me who I am. So and I'm very proud of that, and I wouldn't change a thing. You know what I mean? That's one thing that a lot of people do ask me is what's one of your greatest accomplishments? And I'm have my fair share of accomplishments, but one of my greatest accomplishments is the fact that I was able to be myself through the whole process. And I'm very, very proud of that. Very proud of my experience, my upbringing, how I was raised, and I hope I set a good example for a lot of people out there.
Alex, hello. Have you contacted Charles Oliveira after he out from fight?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Have you contacted with Charles Oliveira? Have
I contacted Charles? Well, no. You're probably right. I should probably, No. Just obviously I'm sure he wanted to still be here, and then they made a decision. So you got to feel bad for the guy. Obviously selfishly, I'm I wouldn't say I'm glad it happened, but selfishly, I'm in this position that I'm thankful for. But I guess I didn't message him. But Charles, if you're watching, obviously sorry, and hopefully you get a shot again.
I don't know what to say there. I feel bad for the guy, you know what I mean? Like, you're making me feel bad, you know?
Okay. And how many fans from Russian contacted you on social media and they support you or hate speech?
Yeah, I've got my fair share of support from a lot of people around the world, actually, to be honest, so, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so the support's been incredible, even in Russia. You know, I'm a pretty chill dude, so you know, I don't think too many people hate me. I know they used to, but I think they're starting to grow on me. Obviously, you're going to get a lot of people supporting, you know, Islam and their team and that, which is fine. That's expected. I'm probably going to get booed when I walk out to the octagon, but I'm prepared. I'm ready for that. All good. We'll see what happens. But I mean, the support's been incredible.
Thanks.
Welcome over here. With Khabib's advices this time around during this fight, do you expect Islam be more dangerous and smart?
I mean, I don't want to, like, you know what I mean, like, yeah, I don't want this to be disrespectful, but I mean, yeah, that's, you know, you go there, you prepare, you do what you need to do, and you know, you turn up. Like, you know, I mean, someone just being in the corner, you know, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of things when things don't go your way. You start looking for things, or what went wrong and all that. And, you know, this, you know, I didn't have the extra 10 hours, or you know, my Khabib was in my corner, and you know, if them things are gonna worry you so much, I'm gonna take advantage of that Saturday night. If he really thinks like that, he's in for a rough night, because I'm going to give him a lot more other problems to deal with. If he can't deal with things like that, when he's locked in a cage with me and he's thinking about all these little things around him, he's going to be in for a rude shock, especially when I come guns blazing at him. So I think he needs to just accept that I am that tough fight. It wasn't any of these other things, except we prepared well, and we know what you do well, and we know how to counter those things. So expect a hard fight, turn up. Because even though I had 12 days, I'm still going to turn up. I'm going to bring a fight. So, yeah. Again, he did tweet saying that don't have excuses. Where I felt like he had more excuses when he got his hand raised, I think. But yeah, look, he's a great fighter. He doesn't need to rely on all these other things. They do a good thing. That's why having guys like Khabib around him and Javier Mendez and the team they have, they prepare him very well, and that's why Islam's going to be dangerous. Yeah, having Khabib there, like through camp and all that, the preparation they gave Islam is why he'll be dangerous. But if if Khabib wasn't in the corner, I don't think that changes much, to be quite honest.
Because we all remember Dan Hooker fight and Khabib's advice. That's why I asked.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, that's okay. It's all good. No, I understand, like, you know, a lot of people, but I mean, we are fighters. You know, having a good team around you is great. But, you know, that's why preparation's very good. You would do want guys in your corner, obviously, to help you make some right decisions. But, I mean, he had a lot of other problems in there rather than just, oh, he could have done this instead of that. You know, like, you know, I think it would be more than just that little bit of advice. Because, again, we prepared very well. We've got a good team around us, and they prepare us. So it's a preparation that our coaches and teammates and that do that really get us ready for these fights. And all year round, like, again, having the right training partners, the right coaches bringing you up the way that they want you to, you know, like, that's what you carry in there. Like, at the end of the day, the corner is going to help. But, I mean, if I haven't been the guy I have for the last 12 years, you can have the best corner. You know, there's a good chance things are going to go wrong, you know what I mean? Like, if you aren't properly prepared. But luckily, I have the right team around me and the right coaches that have been keeping me prepared and on sharp and, you know, understanding the game for the last 12 years. So that's what I'm thankful for.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers. Lightweight belt here. Good? Thank you. Oh, yeah? Cheers, man.
Hi guys.
Islam, over here. Obviously, we thought you would be fighting someone besides Alex Volkanovski this fight week. So I'm curious, when you got the news that you're rematching Alex Volkanovski rather than rematching Charles Oliveira, did you have to change much in your fight camp, or were you just focusing on what you were doing instead?
Honestly, I don't have some time to change something, and I just keep training. And for me, it's everybody know my style, you know. And one thing, I have to be in good shape, and that's it.
Alex was in here right before you, and he said if the roles were reversed, that you wouldn't take the fight on 11 days' notice if they came to you to rematch him.
Yes, if UFC told him, hey, bring your belt and come to Abu Dhabi before 11 days, he never take. Because he don't have any risks. Without his belt, he come. That's why he just come to make money. All about this. Everybody know this.
He said that he feels the pressure is on you because he's the one coming off the couch. He was the one that's taking this fight on 11 days. He wasn't in camp. So I'm curious, do you feel any pressure to outperform your last performance against him?
I don't have any pressures because I am a champion. Doesn't matter who is gonna be in front of me. But I agree, this guy don't have any pressures. He came 11 days and I already beat him. And if I beat him again, just people gonna say, he come short notice, not good shape, something like this. But for me, it's nothing means. I just step to the cage, finish this guy, that's it.
Dana White said that he's going to put your quote on the wall at the UFC Apex. I'm curious what you think about that your words are going to be there forever.
You know, this is what UFC champion have to do. Like a real champion. If you're real champion, you have to take fight, doesn't matter how many days, who is gonna be, not like your pound for pound champion when they give him chills on him. If you're real champion, you have to fight. They put him number one, the number one guy right now, who he beat last 5 fights. We don't have some name from top pound for pound rankings. And I just want to say about the rankings, about all these things, this is bullshit. I'm not full anymore.
Islam, why did you change your mindset on the rankings? Why do you not care about that as much anymore?
Because last time I beat already the last fight, number 2 versus number 1. If you beat number 2, number 1, you have to be number 1, but I don't know who make the rankings.
Alex has said that his goal is to come out very aggressive. He's predicting he'll knock you out early in the fight. Do you feel like that's how he has to fight, given the short notice, or maybe his best chance?
I don't remember when Alex knocked out someone. He wanna try to pressure me, or he want to make me think about this, but I don't care. Everybody who stepped to the cage want to knock him out, but I stopped them all.
I spoke to one of your coaches, Javier Mendez, last night, and he was saying that in the last fight, Alex was actually heavier than you in the cage. I asked Alex that. He said that's not true and that you were. Do you know what the deal is? Who was heavier?
Yeah, the UFC told me. Because you guys know when the beginning the event 5 in the morning, I don't have time to make my weight back, you know. But he don't have to cut much weight for the 155. And you know, the schedule in Australia, how the beginning the event, it's crazy.
Yeah, how much different is this for you, especially with like the weight cut, the rehydration? Is it going to be a lot better this time?
Yeah, it's gonna be like usually with all UFC fighters have the schedule, you know. But in Australia, I wake up, put alarm 8 a.m., wake up, and I think I have to eat or Now I have to go to arena, and this is first time on my life. And we change many things, and I don't bring my weight back.
Do you feel like Charles Oliveira pulling out of this fight, did he lose his opportunity? Like, do you think he needs to win another fight and now Justin Gaethje will be next?
Honestly, I feel okay. I'm gonna beat Volkanovski now, and I have two opponents, Gaethje and Oliveira. I think they have to fight again, and who is win, I just beat this guy again.
What about Gamrot, because he's the backup fighter?
Gamrot is good, but he lost couple fights ago. But I don't know, they all beat each other, Doesn't matter. UFC, just call me and I will be ready.
And where does welterweight fit into your plans? I know you're going to be keeping a close eye on the fight between Leon Edwards and Colby Covington.
Yeah, of course. If they call me, I will be ready for Colby or Leon, any fights. But my dream, my goal, I want to second belt.
Why is that so important to you?
Because we have many UFC champions, but not much double champ. I want to be double champion.
And last thing for me, it sounds like the UFC's deal with USADA is going to end at the end of this year, and there's going to be a new drug testing program. What would you like to see different in terms of how the athletes are taken care of as far as the drug testing program for the UFC?
I think this news when I wake up and saw the news make me upset, because this is UFC. This is a level, and so I don't know about the new organization, but some organization have to control this, because we know when USADA come and before the USADA, how the fighters change, how the fighter looks, and how they fight, everything is changed, That's why high-level sport, it's have to be under some anti-doping program.
Just going off that, obviously last time you fought there was this IV conversation going on. Did that change your level of respect for Alex and his team? Because today it seems like you're a little bit annoyed about him stepping in, some of the things he's saying.
Yeah, from his team, I know some couple bullshit guy who want to make some drama, But if you professional fighters, if you say something, you have to доказать, You have to back up this, You cannot say something. He put IV or something like this, and you don't have. You don't have proof,
With Alex taking this fight, you said he was doing this for the money. He says he's doing it to try and achieve something great that no one else can do. Do you not think there's any truth in what he says when he says that?
My opinion, he take this fight because of money. And what he lose? If I beat him again, what he lose? He have his belt, and he will defend his belt beginning of next year.
He says if he loses to you, then he'll never get a chance at that belt, and that's what he's risking.
He didn't touch this belt, never.
Islam, over here. Salam. Alex talks about he took this opportunity. Part of it was because he wasn't sure if he was going to get it, because things could change. You could move up to welterweight. How about you? Was this important? Were you okay if you never got to fight Alex again, or did you also really want this rematch?
Honestly, after the first fight, many people talking about the fight, and many people want to watch this rematch. And I'm really happy because right now they can give me anyone, but I'm really happy because they give me Charles, because they give me Volkanovski, because last time I fight in his arena, his area, but now it's Abu Dhabi, and everything now on my side.
Do you fear that if you beat him again, people are going to kind of make excuses for him to say, oh, well, he came on short notice and whatnot?
Of course, that's why I put on Instagram. Before he make this drama, I put the news. Don't make.
And Alex was, predicting a knockout, saying he's gonna, he can't show you too much respect. Do you almost feel like that could be his downfall, like if he comes out too aggressive?
I show him too much respect in the first fight. This fight, I will try to finish him all fights. Looking for the finish all 5 rounds.
And your run so far, obviously you're always willing to fight everybody, but circumstances sometimes don't play out that way. But you're fighting a lot of big names, either champions, long winning streaks. Does part of you like that on your legacy, on your resume, you get to put these big names?
Yeah, for the legacy, I think like now it's a rematch, second fight with Oliveira. It's not so good for the legacy. I need some new names, second belt, and all like rematch. But I really happy because they give me now Volkanovski, because last year, same time, same month, I'm training here for the Oliveira, and I feel same. But when they change, it's give me some new energy.
And one more for me. Do you have a prediction for Leon and Colby? Who do you think wins?
I don't know who will win, but I hope Colby win.
Thank you.
Салам алейкум.
Алейкум.
Такой вопрос. Сейчас вот с коллегами разговаривали, с Александром Волконовски, и ему задали вопрос, если бы ему сообщили о вашем поединке немного позже, на несколько дней, принял бы он этот поединок? Как ты думаешь, если бы ему, например, вот на днях сообщили бы о том, что нужно с тобой драться, принял бы он этот вызов, и насколько сильно та сумма, которую он запросил 10 дней назад, и сейчас она разнилась бы?
Я думаю, он принял бы. Я его считаю настоящим чемпионом, крепким орешком, который будет драться вне зависимости, как пойдет бой или как бы тяжело ему не было, он будет драться. И насчет суммы, я думаю, да, сумма точно поменялась бы.
The question was, we were talking with my colleagues and asking about if Volkanovski heard about the rematch even a few days further, not the 11-day notice, but a few days afterwards. Would he still say yes? Would he still want to fight you? And is the money that he was offered the reason why the decision was made so quick? And will he still accept the fight if that's the money that's talking? And the answer was that I believe that he was going to accept the fight no matter what, because he's a real champion. He's a die-hard fighter, so it's very important for him to fight for his legacy, for his name.
Еще один вопрос. Как ты думаешь, Волконовский на 10-дневном уведомлении опаснее, чем Чарльз Оливейра с полным лагерем?
Another question, what do you think, is Volkanovski with a 10-day notice more dangerous than Charles Oliveira with his full training camp?
Знаешь, я думаю, все оппоненты опасны. Если ты им дашь поработать, любой из топов опасный.
I think all opponents are dangerous. I mean, anybody from top of the division, they're all dangerous. So if you let them work, if you let them implement their game plan, they're all dangerous.
А в прошлом бою ты дал Волконовски поработать? Как ты думаешь?
Last fight, do you think you gave him the opportunity to work a little bit?
Да, думаю, прошлый бой не особо по плану у меня пошел, но мы внесли немного корректив. Думаю, этот бой будет совсем другой.
Yes, I believe so. I think last fight didn't really go exactly as we planned, but we did a lot of adjustment, we did some improvements, so I think this time is going to go much better.
Ислам, приветствую. Если представить, что Алекс был бы твоим тиммейтом, а не твоим соперником, и вот ты бы со стороны бы смотрел, ты бы отговаривал его выходить против себя на коротком уведомлении?
Let's pretend that there's a scenario where, as opposed to being your opponent, Alex is actually your teammate. Would you actually try to talk him out of fighting you?
Ну, у меня в команде никто не гонится за деньгами, а у них по-другому. Ему предложили хорошую сумму здесь, я думаю, 90% в Ростреле, они просто хотят заработать, и он не упустил свой шанс.
In my team, nobody's after the money. And I think here what's happening is in his team it's totally different. So there's 90% chance that the only reason he's saying yes is because he got a good opportunity to make a good paycheck, and so that's what he's after.
Сейчас с Камару Усманом прилетел Джастин Гейджи. Пересекались ли вы уже в Абу-Даби? И интересно в будущем противостояние с ним.
Along with Kamaru Usman, we got Justin Gagey here. They came together. Have you seen him in the hotel or have you seen him around? And are you thinking that there might be a fight between you and Gagey coming up?
Нет, я его еще не встречал. Но я, знаешь, о чем думал? Я вот говорил тоже на английском, что я уже думаю, что у меня, например, после этого боя есть два оппонента уже готовых, которые ждут свой титульный шанс. Из-за этого я думаю, ну, наверное, их надо свести, и чтобы был настоящий один претендент.
No, I haven't seen him yet, but to tell you the truth, I already said that in English before in an interview, is that I'm pretty sure that after this fight, there's already two definite opponents that I already have ready for a fight with me. So I think the two of them should fight between each other, so we have an actual #1 contender for the belt.
И последний от меня вопрос. У тебя есть ощущение, что вот после этих замен болельщикам стал интереснее бой Чимаев против Усмана, чем твой против Волконовски?
My final question is, after all of these substitution last-minute changes, do you think that the fans are more excited about the fight between Usman and Chimaev as opposed to the fight between you and Volkanovski?
Ну, Чимаев и Усман тоже очень интересный бой, но даже мне все мои знакомые пишут, говорят, соперник поменялся, мы уже были на твоем бою с Оливейрой, и уже не было такого интереса там приезжать туда же, в Абу-Даби. И все сейчас ищут билеты, очень интересно им посмотреть именно этот рематч. И я думаю, вокруг этого боя с Волконовским сейчас для моих фанатов, я думаю, больше интереса.
You know, honestly, I'm sure that the fight between Usman and Chimaev is very interesting. But from the people that I know, from my fans, a lot of the people wrote to me and they said, you know, we've actually seen a fight between you and Oliveira before, and we weren't very interested in that. But now that the opponent changed, and now that you fight in Volkanovski, we're scrambling, trying to find tickets, trying to get to Abu Dhabi just to make sure and see this rematch because it's very interesting to a lot of the fans around the world. So I think that this fight is very important as well.
Ислам, если можно, Вадим Тихомиров, matchtv.ru. А вот бойцам приходится давать пресс-конференцию примерно за 1-2 дня до взвешивания. Значит ли это, что мы с вами общаемся, когда вы в максимально плохом настроении? То есть можешь ли ты сказать, что сейчас у тебя, там, возможно, самое плохое настроение за последние полгода?
You know, a lot of the athletes are forced to give the interviews on media days only about 1 or 2 days before they have to make weight. And is it possible to assume that this is probably the worst days for you and you're in the worst mood out of the entire time just because you're thinking about cutting weight?
Нет, я только потренировался. Знаешь, это от чего зависит? Утром проснулся, и сколько у тебя веса показало. Если все по плану, все идет хорошо, у тебя хорошее настроение на целый день.
You know, I actually just came from training, so really what it depends on is when you wake up in the morning, you get on the scale, what does the scale say? And if the scale says what you want it to say, then you have good mood the entire day, but that's what it's dependent.
И ты несколько раз говорил о том, что для Алекса Волконовски важен гонорар в этом поединке. А просто интересно, у тебя есть какая-то инсайдерская информация, или ты, подписывая контракт, представляешь цифры, за какие он дерется? То есть вот откуда ты берешь сведения о его гонораре?
You know, a couple of times you said about the fact that Volkanovski is only fighting for the money. Is that something that you have, like an inside information when you sign the contract? Do you know how much he's getting? Or where are you getting this idea that he's only fighting for the money?
Ну, у нашей менеджерской команды много бойцов, и я как-то до этого спрашивал, ну, например, если человек выходит на таком коротком уведомлении, ну, ни для кого не секрет же это, что он в первую очередь называет сумму, если договаривается, то он принимает бой.
You know, in our management company, there's a lot of fighters, and I've asked before. I just was curious to see what happens if somebody comes out last minute, if there's a difference in numbers there. And so, you know, honestly, it's not a secret for anybody that first thing you do is you call your price, and then if the price is good, then you say yes or no.
Последний вопрос от меня. Мы видим на фотографиях много родственников и членов семьи Хабиба Нурмагомедова. Приехал ли кто-то из твоих родных на этот бой? Находится ли он здесь, в Абу-Даби?
Да, мои братья приехали. Ну, отец, там, дяди мои не приезжают, потому что я сам прошу тоже, чтобы не приезжали. По-любому, когда старшие приезжают, чуть надо уделять внимание, но сейчас очень тяжело этим заниматься из-за этого. Я сам прошу, чтобы из старших не приезжали никто.
Question was, we saw a lot of pictures of Habib's family and his relatives that are here for the fight. did you have anybody from your own family that came to see you? And the answer is, I had a couple of brothers that came, but not my uncles, not my dad, because this is very difficult when you have such an important fight. You still have to pay attention to those relatives that come in here, and it's actually something that I asked them myself not to come for the fight, just because I have some other things that I have to concentrate on.
Ислам, слева от тебя. В недавнем интервью ты сказал, что Хабиб не только не будет присутствовать у тебя в раздевалках перед боем, его даже не будет на арене. Вот объясни тем, кто не понимает, потому что некоторые еще думают, что вдруг Хабиб когда-то будет выступать, почему он не ходит даже на турниры?
You know, a little bit ago in the interview you said that not only is Khabib not going to be in your corner, he's actually not even going to be at the arena. Can you please explain to some people that still don't understand why is it important that Khabib is not going to be here?
Ну, я только вот так могу это объяснить. У нас очень большая команда. И если Хабиб будет приходить на чей-то бой, то мы все одинаковые в команде. У нас нету кто-то чемпион, кто-то там только начинает. Все друг друга поддерживаем. Если он на мой бой пришел, значит, ему надо идти там и других поддерживать, и на все бои ходить, чтобы кого-то, может, не обидеть. И из-за этого просто он уже сказал, что не будет посещать арену, не будет там в углу, и мы его все в этом поддерживаем.
You know, we have a pretty big team, and we don't define who's a champion, who's just starting out, who's in the middle of their career. Everybody's equal, everybody's the same. So if he's going to come to my fight, he's going to have to come to other fights and stuff like that, or he's going to have to explain why is it he went to one fight and didn't go to the other fight. So that's what he said. He's not going to be in a corner. He's not going to be coming in. He's not going to be there for the fights, just because this way he doesn't have to do it for everybody else.
И в еще одном недавнем интервью тебе задали вопрос относительно того, если бы Хабиб сейчас выступил, мог бы он победить Стрикланда, ты сказал, что это вообще без проблем. И ты даже сделал отдельный пост про это, где сказал, что Хабиб в очень хорошей форме, и ты там именно процитировал, что он мог бы победить даже Стрикланда сейчас. Почему ты именно подчеркнул, что это о конкретном бойце шла речь? Ты, то есть мог бы просто же сказать, например, что он бы сейчас победил там любого.
Ну, я сейчас смотрю примерно сколько он весит, и вес Стрикленда, и Стрикланд на данный момент чемпион, и из-за этого я думаю, как он сейчас борется с действующими бойцами этой весовой категории, я представляю бой и не вижу шансов у Стрикленда, что он сможет остановить Хабиба борьбу.
Question was, we saw in an interview that you said that Khabib is in such a good shape right now that he can even come back and he can win a bunch of guys, including Sean Strickland, who's the champion now. Why is it specifically that you're speaking about somebody like Strickland when you talk about Khabib coming back and fighting? And the answer is, I see the way he is, I see the kind of shape that he is, I see how much he weighs, and that's the weight. I see the way he works and wrestles with the guys that are the same weight as Strickland as a champion. So I know that for him it wouldn't be a problem. It's not even a question for him to come in and beat somebody like Strickland.
Спасибо.
Islam, just wanted to get your thoughts. Seems like all the praise has gone to Alexander Volkanovski for taking the fight on such short notice. Do you feel like you're not getting enough respect for also accepting the fight with 11 days notice?
Все говорят о том, что какой молодец Алекс, потому что он так на коротком давлении выходит. Не кажется ли тебе, что ты тоже заслуживаешь похвалы за то, что ты согласен с ним драться на таком коротком уведомлении?
I know they not tell about this. They give me big respect because I took the fight when they changed, But this is the way how UFC champion have to do, and I don't need any respect because this fight, like soon or later, have to be, and this rematch, what I really want.
Assalamu alaikum, Islam.
Salam.
Islam, not just in the UAE, but also in Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan, Palestine. You have so many fans in the Middle East now that 5 years ago, even now, maybe they don't even watch MMA or they don't know the UFC, but they know Islam Makhachev, they know Habib, they know Usman, they know Omar. What does this do for you? How do you feel knowing that there is an entire 350 million people that will always come to watch and support you and your team?
feel awesome because I know all the people from all Islamic country or not just Islamic country. They support me a lot, and that's why I really like to fight in Abu Dhabi because they all can come easy to Abu Dhabi and watch my fight live here. And I just want to say thank you. And I have to show, good example for all the people.
Thank you. Good luck, champ.
Obviously, welcome back to Abu Dhabi. I'm curious, it's been a while since we last saw you fight. You fought in December of last year. We haven't seen you since. So how have the last few months been for you health-wise, and how's camp been leading up to this fight?
Добро пожаловать в Абу-Даби, во-первых. Ну и во-вторых, мы уже давным-давно тебя не видели. Последний бой был в декабре. Просто расскажи, пожалуйста, как себя чувствуешь, как прошли эти месяцы, когда тебя не было, как здоровье, как лагерь?
Чувствую себя хорошо. Да, меня долгое время не было. Я думаю, это время прошло на пользу. Мы заряжены и готовы показать хороший, зрелищный бой.
Thank you for the welcome. I feel great. Yeah, it's been a long time since I fought, but this time wasn't spent for nothing. I think this time was spent really well. We worked on our stuff, on our skills. I think we're super ready. We're ready to show a great fight.
After your last fight, that was a draw. You were pretty vocal that you felt you were the deserving champion. So I'm curious now, that was so long ago. Do you still feel like you are the rightful and deserving champion of the light heavyweight division?
После последнего боя ты был достаточно громко заявил о том, что ты победил этот бой, и чемпионом должен был быть ты. Сейчас прошло какое-то время, уже, может быть, чуть-чуть остыл. Как ты думаешь, сейчас до сих пор ты считаешь, что ты выиграл тот бой и заслуживаешь быть чемпионом в этом дивизионе?
Конечно, я пересмотрел этот бой. Я выиграл этот бой чистую. Но просто выигрывать не хватает. Я понимаю, здесь нужно показывать зрелище. И мы проделали хорошую работу, чтобы исправить все ошибки и показать хорошие зрелищные бои и заканчивать их досрочно.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've rewatched the fight a couple of times, and I still believe that there's no question that I came out a winner that time around. But I understand that it's not just about winning; it's about putting on a show. So I think we've done a lot of work. We've corrected the mistakes that we had. And I'm ready to show exciting fights and not just win, but win before the end of the fight.
Well, going off of that, Johnny was in here earlier, and he said he thinks that you need to do more outside of the fight so people want to watch you fight and maybe be more exciting even before you step into the octagon. So I'm curious, what do you make of Johnny's assessment of your ability to sell a fight?
Насчет того, что ты говоришь, что нужно показывать зрелищные бои, здесь был твой соперник Джонни Уокер, и он сказал, что чем ты должен заняться, это быть зрелищным еще до боя, еще как бы до клетки, каким-то образом привлекать к себе внимание, чтобы люди хотели смотреть твои бои. Как ты думаешь, что ты думаешь об этом, о том, что он сказал?
Ну, я думаю, это правильно, нужно сделать. Ну, у меня получается так пока. Я не говорю пока на английском, и мне чуть тяжело этим заниматься.
Yeah, possibly, maybe he's right, you know, but this is the way it's working out for me right now. Maybe because I don't speak English yet, it's not that easy for me to be so outspoken and well-spoken outside of the octagon. But, you know, I'll work on that.
What do you make of Johnny as an opponent? He obviously had that losing streak for a while, but he's since righted it, and he's admitted that he's a different fighter now. So what do you make of his skill set and the developments in his game?
Как ты думаешь, что ты думаешь о Джонни Уокере как своем сопернике? Да, у него были какие-то проигрыши, но с тех пор он как бы многое изменил, уже вышел на победную серию. Вообще, что ты думаешь о нем как о сопернике, о его навыках и так далее?
Я думаю, это отличный бой. Я думаю, мы оба покажем очень хороший зрелищный бой, так как боец бывший, интересный. И я думаю, в этом бою даже будет, может быть, шоу, и посмотрим.
I think he's a great opponent. I think he's a strong opponent. I think this is gonna be an exciting fight. We're gonna show a pretty exciting fight. I think this is a good matchup for the two of us to be in there, and I think we'll put on a show. So I think it's gonna be fun.
The final one for me. What are your thoughts on the vacant title fight between Alex Pereira and Yuri Prochazka coming up?
Последний вопрос от меня насчет того, что сейчас нету чемпиона, будет бой между Прохашко и Перейрой за пояс. Как ты думаешь, кто победит, и вообще, что ты думаешь о том, что пояс еще пока что не забран?
Ну, Прохазка и Перейра — это такой интересный бой. Я думаю, если бой продлится долго, 5 раундов, я думаю, выиграет Прохаска, а так у Париера есть шанс. Но я об этом пока не думаю. Я нацелен на бой. Мне нужно выиграть этот бой хорошо, чтобы получить бой за пояс.
I think that's an exciting fight. I think the two of them make for a fun fight. I think if the fight lasts 5 rounds, then Prochazka is the one that's going to have the win. But if it goes fast, then maybe it's going to be Pereira. But it's not something that I'm thinking about just now. Now I have a fight that I have to concentrate on in front of me, and then we'll talk about titles.
Magomed, just want to know, you mentioned you're working on your English. How has it been going so far? Have you found it challenging, or are you picking it up well?
Ты говоришь, что начинаешь работать над своим английским. Как для тебя это, ты пытаешься его улучшить, и насколько для тебя это сложно улучшить английский?
Ну, мне пока тяжело, но учусь. Я думаю, в скором времени мы уже заговорим.
For now, it's a bit difficult, but I'm learning it, and I'm pretty sure that soon you'll hear me speak in English.
And you mentioned the adjustments you've made to maybe your style, your mentality towards some of these fights. Where do you strike the balance in between trying to be exciting and trying to fight where you know you're the best and going for the win?
Ты говоришь, что ты поработал над тем, чтобы улучшить свои навыки. Где, ты думаешь, проходит черта между тем, чтобы быть и интересным, и зрелищным бойцом, и бойцом, у которого хорошие отработанные навыки?
Ну, я думаю, зрителям больше нравится ударка и агрессивность в бою. Я думаю, это самое важное в нашем деле.
I think that the fans, they mostly like the stand-up fights, the striking fights, and I think aggression is the most exciting thing in this type of business.
Yeah, just want to know your thoughts on the main event. Like, what's your prediction, and who do you think is going to win?
Can you say that one more time?
A prediction for the main event.
Ты можешь предсказать, кто выиграет главное событие? Махачев или Волконовский?
Ну, я думаю, Махачев. Почему? Потому что он больше и долго готовился. Волконовский уходит со сколько? За 10 дней, по-моему, уходит. Поэтому, не только поэтому, я думаю, Ислам лучше.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Makhachev. I mean, first of all, because he prepared for longer and he prepared harder. So Volkanovski is coming out on a takedown notice. And I think even if it wasn't that, I think Makhachev is going to get him no matter what.
Магомед, приветствую. Вадим Тихомиров, сайт No.2 Ты называл мне в интервью своих спарринг-партнеров, но ты их перечислял в общем. А вот можешь сказать последний, например, тяжелый спарринг? Кто это был, с кем ты спарринговал? Кто был тот человек, кто помогал тебе готовиться к Джонни Уокеру?
We had an interview before, and you listed a whole bunch of different sparring partners of yours. But specifically for this fight, for Johnny Walker, can you list your main sparring partners or somebody who helped you prepare for Johnny Walker specifically?
Ну, можно назвать Резвана Куниева, Рашид Юсупов, Али Исаев. Ну, их много, если кого-то забуду. Я думаю, это будет неправильно. Ну, в основном тяжелые спарринги с этими людьми.
Скажи имена еще раз. Али Исаев,
Резван Куниев и Рашид Юсупов.
Резван Куниев, Рашид Юсупов и Антигулов. Это тоже очень тяжелый спарринг.
Okay, so those are the names. We got Ali Isaev, we got Rizvan Kuniev, and последний, как зовут еще раз?
Антигулов, Качмурат.
Kachmurat Antigulov. Those are the main guys that I can name. Those are the guys that got me prepared for this one.
Джонни Уокер нестандартный боец. Визуализируешь ли ты как-то первое техническое действие, которое он сделает в клетке, стоя напротив тебя? Вот чего ты в первую очередь ожидаешь, что он сделает?
Johnny Walker is a very unorthodox fighter. You can expect anything from him. Is there something that you visualize that he will come out and throw out at you right away? Is there like a special move or something that you think that he's going to throw out at you?
Я не собираюсь его ждать. У нас есть план, мы будем охотиться за его головой.
I'm not waiting to see what he's going to throw out. We have a game plan, and we are hunting for his head.
Джонни предлагал, Магомед, слева тебя. Джонни говорил, когда его спрашивали о раскрутке этого боя, что тебе стоит сделать что-то такое сумасшедшее, безумное, что-то бросить в кого-то. Расскажи, насколько ты далек от такого образа.
Johnny was saying that in order to promote this fight, to make it exciting, you have to like do something completely out of the ordinary, something that's not like you'd all maybe throw something at somebody. Can you please tell me how far away from doing something like that you are?
Ну, я понимаю, здесь больше всего смотрят на это. Но я потихоньку начинаю понимать, что это уже необходимо. Мы думаем, в дальнейшем будет какое-то шоу, что-нибудь интересное придумаем.
I understand that doing something crazy like that is what gets the viewership up, and I'm starting to understand that this is something that maybe is necessary going forward. We're working on it. We're working on something, so soon you can probably expect a show.
А у тебя был один такой случай, когда ты показал зрителям недовольный жест. Насколько это для тебя было тоже необычным чем-то, настолько проявить свои эмоции?
There was a thing once where you showed a gesture that made the audience upset. So how out of the ordinary was it for you to do something like that?
Да, это было после боя. Меня свистывали все, и я не смог держать в себя эмоции.
Yeah, it was after a fight, and it seemed as though everyone was booing me, and so I couldn't control my emotion, and that's why the gesture happened.
Спасибо.
Магомед, вопрос к тебе. Недавно такая завирусилась история о том, что Алекс Перейра подарил своему другу, своему партнеру и тренеру Харли Дэвидсон. И вот я знаю, что твой тренер тоже Сухраб, он ездит на мотоциклах. Есть ли тоже у тебя в планах, может быть, если выиграешь этот бой, ему мотоцикл новый подогнать?
A little bit of time ago, we saw a video of Alex Pereira gifting Glover Teixeira a Harley Davidson. I know that your coach Sukhrab also rides motorcycles, so have you ever thought about maybe gifting him something like that?
Не знаю, посмотрим.
I don't know. We'll have to see.
А ты вообще, после каких-то больших своих побед дарил своим тренерам, может быть, какие-то большие подарки?
Have you ever gifted some?
Но это не озвучивают. Почему? Потому что у спортсменов, у тренеров бывают свои моменты, и они решат это между собой скрытно. Поэтому подарки бывают, да, но мы обычно это не говорим.
The question was, have you ever had a moment where after a big fight you have gifted something to your coaches? And the answer is, this is something private between a fighter and a coach. This is not something that you go and you put on social media or yell about. This is something that happens between you and them. It's sort of like a behind closed doors, so it's not something I want to discuss.
И от меня заключительный вопрос. Много было сказано про то, что тебе надо как-то более ярко себя показывать вне клетки, чтобы о тебе говорили. Но вот этот турнир, он очень на имена громкий. Здесь прям будут и чемпионские противостояния, и будут там бойцы, которые pound for pound, и были первыми номерами. И являются. Не боишься ли ты потеряться на их фоне вот на этом турнире?
A lot of questions have been asked about the fact that you need to promote the fights better or do something specific to put the attention on your fight. On this specific fight card, there's lots of guys that have big, loud names. There's guys that are in a pound-for-pound ranking. Are you afraid that maybe with all of this talent and all of these big names, you will be lost in the midst of the card?
Я вопрос не понял, еще раз можно повторить?
Ты дерешься на турнире, который, по сути, главный турнир этого года точно для стран СНГ. И не боишься ли ты, что твой бой потеряется вот на фоне боя Ислама Макхачева против Алекса Волкановски, на фоне Чимаева против Усмана?
Нет, я не думаю об этом. Почему? Потому что у каждого бой, каждый будет пытаться показать зрелищный бой. Поэтому я не беспокоюсь об этом.
No, I'm not worried about that. I know everybody has a big fight in front of them. Everybody wants to show an exciting fight. So this is not something that I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with the fight in front of me. Guys, we have room for one more question if somebody wants to ask one. That's it? All right, so.
Khamzat. Obviously, the last few camps, we've seen you cutting down to welterweight. This is your first fight at middleweight. So how has camp been not having to cut all that extra weight?
You know, first fight. I think a couple of fights. I think I have 4 fights. I did this weight class as well, before UFC as well, and in the UFC twice. So everyone thinking I'm the first time for me. It's not first time. Feels good, feels amazing, happy, you know. So I know that guy just wants to cut 20 kilos and die, you know, and the best. I just want to die in the cage if I die, like a warrior, you know.
When we heard that Paulo Costa wasn't going to be able to fight, were you surprised, considering the previous fights that he had, he never ended up taking those fights either?
Actually, when I said to me I'm gonna fight this guy, I was always thinking about the guy can jump out, whatever. So because he had so many fights, he jumped out and he didn't make weight. And everyone speak about I didn't make weight, you know, once in my life, and there was some plans to do that some way. It's not my plans, but I can't say everything here, and yeah, you know. But everyone speak about my weight, not Paulo Costa's. I don't know how many times he missed weight.
So are you moved on from Paulo Costa in your fight career, or do you think you'll ever be booked with him again?
No, if you hold it on the top, of course gonna fight him. So I'm not here like to fight once, twice, you know, at least I'm gonna be in 10 years, so minimum. So we'll see.
Were there any other names besides Kamaru Usman that they offered you?
What?
Did they offer anyone else besides Kamaru?
I don't know, man. So in the morning, my manager called me, you fight Usman. And I say, okay, let's go. For me, it doesn't matter. So when I heard and sees the media, he's jumping out, he wasn't 100% sure. I write to Dana White, I said, brother, please give me someone I need to fight. And then my manager called me, I delete the message.
Did you always know that at some point you would be fighting Kamaru, considering he was the champion at welterweight, and even he said that you two would have fought eventually?
What?
Знал ли ты, что тебе придется драться с Камару в какой-то момент, потому что он уже давно был чемпионом в полусреднем, и ты говорил, что ты придешь в полусредний и будешь драться?
If he has the belt, I should go down. But the guy don't have the belt, that's why he doesn't want to go down for 77, you know, cut the weight for nothing. If it's gold there, of course I'm gonna cut the weight, but he couldn't take the belt, so that's why he asked who is that guy, and I'm Khamzat Chimaev. That's why you come up and fighting with me, you know. And the guy come for money, and the money fight is me.
Well, going off of that, it seems fans are more excited for your fight against Kamaru than they are for Paulo. So have you felt that now there's more interest in this fight than your previous fight?
Yeah, of course, because since day one I get to the UFC, everyone spoke about like Khamzat Usman, our wrestling skills and striking, all these things, you know. And Usman is like a fighter like me, but he's old version, I'm new, you know, it's like different. Like iPhones come out, his iPhone's 5, I'm like pro, you know. So different. So, yeah.
Khamzat right here. Obviously, the last fight you won very quickly, but that was a year ago. Why has it taken so long for you to fight again?
I don't know, man. Same question for you guys, for Dana White, for UFC. I can show a lot of messages to these guys. Give me a fight, give me a fight. So, and I want to fight with the best guys, and they want to me put in somebody, you know, who has the name, not with the guys who's nobody. There are a lot of guys, young guys, new guys, and I want to fight Khamzat, I want to fight, but they didn't did anything to fight with me, you know. It's not fun to watch if I'm gonna smash somebody who nobody knows. It's not gonna make money for UFC as well. That's why I think it's hold a long time, you know.
Has it been frustrating because everyone got to know you because you were so active and you had that record of the closest wins, and now you're sitting on the sidelines for 13 months?
Yeah, anyway, it's like every week I has the fights twice in the gym. my sparring is not like a sparring, like a fight, you know. When you spar with me, we spar real, man. And people think I've been out long time, so I don't care, man. So if I've been 10 years out, I'm gonna be same Khamzat in the cage.
Is that what's maybe very exciting about this fight? Dana White said the winner will be getting a title shot against Sean Strickland, and if you become the champion, you know that you're going to be fighting because there's always going to be a contender.
Actually, I don't think about this fight now. Right now, I just focus on Usman. But they promised me, like I said before, Gilbert Burns, if you win with this guy against this guy, I'm gonna fight for the title. And since then, 2 years ago, you know, I fight again as well, but didn't get the title. So I don't know what's going on. So I'm not after that get just title. I'm going after all heads in the UFC, you know. Yeah, smash somebody, make money, be happy, man. If I finish everyone, stop everyone, they has to give me all belts, you know. So.
The fight people always thought was going to happen was you and Israel Adesanya for the title, but now Sean Strickland's the champion. What did you think of Strickland's win over Adesanya?
Actually, I was thinking about if Easy not knock him out, he gonna win, but it's happened. He couldn't knock him out first round. I was thinking if the guy just pressure him, Easy gonna get tired. Because all these guys, Easy fought, they play easy game. So Easy good on his game, you know, when just doing technique. Don't need to care about just like Sean Strickland went in, like me, you know, straight in the punch, so smash faces, you know. So just need to drive in. And now everyone knows how to win against Easy, you know, how make him tired. And when I fought this fight, and Sean Strickland, maybe somebody else, and after that, Easy will come as well. If he's young, he's still fresh, man. So we're gonna fight White Knight as well.
And what do you think of Sean Strickland? I know you guys have trained together in the past. Do you think that's a good matchup for you?
Well, match is good for me, man. He makes money.
And just finally on Kamaru, how do you think your wrestling matches up with him? He has the highest takedown defense in UFC history for someone who's been attempted 20 takedowns against them. That's how you qualify for the stat. What do you think of his wrestling?
It's American wrestling, brother. Mountain wrestling, man. It's big different. So actually, guys, you remember like what Khabib did to KG? And I seen some videos when Gaethje and Usman wrestling. They wrestle like 50-50 maybe. Maybe Usman became a bit heavier, a little bit better. But Khabib shows wrestling skills, our skills, you know. So everyone knows almost same style in the wrestling. Me and Khabib, and gonna be same shit, man.
Khamzat. Actually, sorry, just one more. Just because you mentioned the American wrestling, Bo Nickel said he wanted this fight. He was hoping they would call him. He said your wrestling is trash and his American wrestling would beat yours. Is that a fight you think will happen one day between you and Bo?
Man, the guy think big bullshit, this guy, man. I don't know what he's saying. He's not wrestling for the points, man. Here, we don't play wrestling. He's fighting, man. I don't care. Somebody takes me down. I'm gonna come up and smash his face, man. I don't think so. This guy gonna come to the cage and come and take me down. No, it's not wrestling. We don't stay like wrestlers, man. With this wrestling shit close, man.
Khamzat, Salam, just one from me. Is welterweight behind you? Do you think you would ever go back to welterweight, or is middleweight your future?
Yeah, of course, for the gold. I told long time. I tried to get that title here in Abu Dhabi, but Leon didn't say anything. And yeah, if they give me the gold there, of course I'm gonna go take my history, you know. So I'm at least out from 3 divisions, so still focus on that. Yeah, of course it's hard for me, gonna be hard for me. Don't make me die. I'm gonna do that.
And Leon is going to fight Colby. Who do you think wins that fight?
I think Leon gonna win the fight.
Thank you.
Khamzat, you've previously been quoted saying in the octagon that you'll kill everybody. Do you want to just clarify what you meant by that and how that relates to your fight with Kamaru Usman?
What, brother?
Ты раньше говорил в октагоне, что ты готов всех просто размазать, убить. Что это означает и насколько это относится именно к Узману?
For everyone, man. If somebody fights me, if you, it doesn't matter. Your cousin and he's Usman's cousin. Doesn't matter for me in the cage. I'm here to kill everybody, man.
I don't want to fight you, but also Paulo Costa, his elbow injury looks very serious. I don't know if you've seen the reports that it's quite worse than what was originally thought. Have you had a chance to see his elbow?
Yeah, I seen. And his wife putting everyone his pictures. His wife doing everything for him. His media, everything. Some guys sent to me. His wife put up this, and it's had some problems with his elbow. I hope he's gonna get good, man. And the guy just tried to make money, but he lost his chance. He went home out money, you know. So, of course, when somebody gets surgery, it's not good, man. Anyway, if he could come to the cage, it will be more bad for him. So I could hurt him more.
He got off easy.
Салам алейкум, Хамзат. Магомед Анкалаев в интервью мне рассказывал, что Шона Стрикланда тяжело удержать на земле. Ты же работал с Шоном в Америке, так ли это?
Magomed Ankalaev told me in an interview that Sean Strickland is really hard to keep on the ground after a takedown. You worked with Strickland before. Do you agree with that, the assessment that it's really hard to keep him down?
Не знаю, я держал его, я душил его, бил его. Он хороший боец, средний, знаешь, не знаю, ну, духовитый парень. Камбой какой-то, знаешь, как из фильма. А так, если технически сравнивать нас, я на другом уровне. И в борьбе, и в грэпплинге, и в стойке. Так, сам он боец, реальный боец. Не будет там сидеть, просто ждать. Будет вперед, как я. Хочу подраться с любым. Хочу с Шоном Стрикландом тоже подраться. Хотя мы тренировались, у нас нет таких непривязанностей каких-то, драк, ничего не было. В зале тренировались, спарринги делали. Вроде нормальный чувак. Ну, деньги заработать с ней любым подержишь.
You know, I mean, I've taken him down, I've held him down, I've choked him, I've punched him. I mean, I've done all those things, so I don't see anything, you know, something special about him. Basically, he's a fighter's fighter. He's a good fighter. You know, if you look at him, he's like a, you know, an American cowboy, like from the movies. That's the kind of guy he is. But, you know, we've done our work in the gym together. And if they offer him to me, if I can fight him for the belt, that's what I'll do. You know, I make the money, get the belt. I have nothing against him. I think that if you compare us on a skill levels wise, I'm levels above him. I'm in a whole different stratosphere from him. So, you know, he's not a threat to me. But, you know, he's a good guy. He's a good fighter. And if I can, I'd fight anybody. I'd ready to fight anyone. So if there's a belt there, I'll fight him, no problem, even Strickland.
Чем завершится твоя возможная встреча с Пауло Костой на острове Яс? Да, чем завершится встреча? Я знаю, ну, я спрашиваю, у них же лично. Учитывая, что...
If Paulo Costa was here, what would be the end of your fight together? What would be the result of you fighting Paulo Costa here on Yas Island?
На русском?
Про встречу не бой. Если встречу на острове Яс.
Oh. If you just see him, not a fight, but if you see him on Island Yas, Paulo Costa, what would happen?
I could see him many times. My guys was around him, you know. He gets stressed. Maybe that's why he gets more infection in his elbow. And my older brother here, he said to me when he says anything, I can't do something, you know, against him. He said, don't punch him before the fight or after the fight. It's not our style. And he's alone with his team, and we here 100 guys, you know, this will be bad. If me, only him, and we meet somewhere, like, would be different. And when I come with a lot of guys behind me, and one guy just stand there and he gets stressed, you know, from our people, I'm the man who always fought like 1-1. And sometimes a lot of people jump on me, but I fight still. Should be fighting against again 1-1. And still he was surgery, hurting. And if I beat him outside as well, he gonna find the excuses with his elbow.
У нас было много возможностей встретиться, это не так, что я не могу его найти, то есть возможности были. Я думаю, что причина, почему у него развилась инфекция в локте, потому что он так сильно нервничает, что он на меня наткнется, что у него инфекция еще хуже стала. Вот. Но в принципе мне старший брат сказал, не трогай его, что мы так не делаем, мы не в клетке, если мы не в клетке, его трогать не нужно. А вообще, что он может сделать? Я приехал сюда, за мной целая команда, здесь много ребят со мной, поэтому понятное дело, что мы можем их размазать. В принципе, я не привык к этому, я знаю, что биться нужно 1 на 1, я много драк выигрывал 1 на 1. Были моменты, когда были много людей против меня, я один должен был себя защищать, но в принципе, если мы будем драться 1 на 1, понятное дело, что будет.
А правда то, что ты отправлял личные сообщения будущей жене Паула Косты?
Is it true that you send personal messages to his future wife?
No, she writing to me. She delete the message. She write to me, please, Khamzat, don't take it like serious and like he wants to make money. And she delete that. And I just send a picture to her and that funny picture to just have fun. And I don't know against anything his wife. And I say she write to me like it's not personally and don't take it. We try to make money and yeah, but I send a picture and I told her people don't make money that way. You know, you have to be a man. Anyway, jokes. I understand. Trash talk, but it has to be on one line. You know, so don't jump over on this shit. You know.
Она просто написала мне, что она мне сама написала, говорит, пожалуйста, не принимай это близко к сердцу, мы просто это все делаем для того, чтобы заработать денег. Ну и тогда я послал ей эту фотографию и все, и просто сказал, что ну вот тебе фотография. Она просто сама написала мне, сказала, пожалуйста, не принимай это близко к сердцу. Но я понимаю, что такое говорить, чтобы развить интерес к бою, я все это понимаю, но должна быть какая-то черта. Если ты какие-то вещи говоришь, ты должен за свои слова отвечать. Поэтому если ты просто шутишь и пытаешься заработать деньги, то знай, когда остановиться.
Хамзат, приветствую. Я недавно записывал интервью с Мухаммадом Берхамовым и Саидом Сапаровым. Это тренер и боец зала Kill Cliff. Это люди, которые тиммейты Камару Усмана. И вот они оба не верят совсем в Камару Усмана. А у тебя есть какое-то разочарование, что Камару вот выходит там, на коротком уведомлении, то есть не на своей какой-то пиковой форме, и вот по сути в него никто не верит, и все верят в тебя?
I did an interview recently with the coaches from the Kill Cliff gym. And they specifically do not believe that Kamaru Usman has a chance. Do you think that him coming out only 10-day notice is making his chances even less? What do you think about his chances?
The guy come just to make money, you know. Spend a lot of money putting on that. I think he gets a lot of good money. When somebody fight me, you know, it's different level money, you know. So that's why he's here. I don't think so. Of course, he comes for win. Everyone comes for the fight to win, and he has already excuses. He get the paid, you know. So I think that's why he comes, you know. Everyone here, like a lot of guys talks about my history, my this, about this shit, you know. When somebody put the money, you know, our millions. So one day everyone will forget about that, man. Thinking guy's gonna have his money for his family. That's why everyone here, I think.
Ну, понятное дело, что мужик просто выходит, чтобы заработать деньги. Это понятно, что когда ты дерешься со мной, другие деньги на кону, поэтому он пришел просто заработать. Да, понятно, что он выходит за победой, мы все выходим за победой, но по-настоящему, если поговорить, то это просто про деньги. Когда-нибудь все эти разговоры про деньги, они забудутся, и люди поймут, что нужно сражаться за что-то другое, но в принципе он просто пришел заработать.
Сейчас с тобой зашли в зал Расул Басханов и Абдурахман Дудаев. Это ребята, которые с тобой, я так понимаю, присутствуют, но они выступают на легчайшей весовой категории, они просто тебя как-то морально поддерживают или как-то, может, тебе помогают в тренировочном процессе?
The couple of guys that you have with you, the fighters, they're in a lightweight and featherweight, so they're small. Are they here with you just to help you out? They're kind of like your moral support, or these are the guys that you actually train with?
И еще вот тоже в завершении, кто будет в углу именно у тебя, кто-то из них?
And just to add, do you have any of those guys in your corner with you or not?
No, just the guys is my best brothers and my close brothers. We know each other a long time, so we did train wrestling a long time. And when I was on UFC, I was a fighter, and they met me, and Rasul helped me with a lot of things before I get somebody, and Rahman being close to me. The guys, my brothers, and they're a little bit older than me. They've been a long time in the fighting game. It's good to have them close. It's not, we're training together, but different weight classes. The guys has experience and with fighting, so it's good to have them. You don't need the weight classes. I have my weight class, Yakub, is 5'0", young guy, so ACA fighting ACA in Russia. A lot of talent guys being in this camp, fresh, young, and who wants to be fighter, No, I didn't bring anyone who was like old, who wants to just be in training. I want the guys who wants to win, so young, hungry, all these guys that was with me in my camp. He's my brother, he's from Chechnya, so I love them, that's why they're close to me.
Эти ребята мои братья, я долго их знаю, мы долгое время тренируемся, еще до того, как я был в UFC, мы друг друга знали. Эти ребята чуть постарше, у них есть очень много опыта, мы как бы друг другу помогаем, мы знали друг друга долгое время, поэтому хорошо, что они здесь. У меня в лагере в основном все молодые ребята, не просто ребята, которые приезжают посмотреть, а ребята, которые хотят побед, ребята, которые занимаются спортом, которые учатся чему-то от меня, я могу их тоже чему-то научить, поэтому это просто мои братья, мои знакомые, с ними хорошо, я знаю, что когда они рядом, у меня все получается.
Obviously, throughout your career, you've been fighting a lot in Las Vegas and the UK and everything, but we haven't really got to see you fight out here. So did you want to be on this card when they did announce it, or were you more comfortable fighting in the Vegas and the UK cards?
No, of course, I wanted to fight on this card, but either way, it doesn't matter. As a professional, you sign the contract, and wherever the location is, it doesn't matter.
What do you make of your opponent, Victor Henry? He's had a long career, but he's still relatively new to the UFC. So when his name came across your desk on the contract, what did you make of it?
No, I was excited because as far as I'm concerned, this is a top 15 fight. Rankings or no rankings, if me and him are ranked, it doesn't matter. This is the caliber of this fight is top 15. Me and him are both better than a lot of guys in the top 15. And just because he hasn't fought in the UFC, he fought a lot of good guys outside the UFC. So yeah, it's a great fight, He's a good fighter.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you guys were scheduled to fight earlier, but then it kind of got pushed back. So was it important to keep this fight? Did you like this matchup specifically?
No, to be honest, I just do whatever my manager tells me to do, and whatever the matchmakers say. This fight was supposed to be September 23rd, and I was ready for September 23rd. I actually wanted an opponent, to fill in, and then we could do this one too, But it didn't work out that way. Nobody wanted to step up. I get it, and now we're here.
And his style, his catch wrestling style, you don't see that a lot in current day MMA. He's pretty vocal that he likes to represent that style of fighting. So what do you make of his style and skill set in a way that we don't really see much these days?
No, catch wrestling's been around for a long time, but now it's seen as an awkward style because not many people do it. But I grapple with the highest level of grapplers in the world, My coach is Jake Shields. I train with Jason Manley regularly. I've got Patchy Mix, Kobe Fair, my brother Farid, like Amir Albazi. These are all the best grapplers in the world, And so I'll be prepared for anything. Doesn't matter, catch wrestling, jiu-jitsu, whatever you want to do.
how has it been training with Patchy and his preparation for his title fight?
Patchy's he's a great fighter. You know, I'm glad he's getting his shine now. You know, he's really stepped up a notch, and it's going to be a great fight between him and Sergio.
A lot of people think he's the best bantamweight in the world, regardless of promotion. So I'm curious, what do you think after training with him?
Sorry, what's that?
A lot of people think that even though he's not in the UFC, that he is still the best bantamweight in the world. I'm curious what you think.
No, he's a great fighter. Honestly, he's one of the best guys I've trained with for sure. He's definitely one of the best fighters in the world. Best bantamweights for sure. One of the best bantamweights. Styles make fights everywhere, you know. So you can't really say it until it happens. But he gets this title, you know. He's making a strong case for himself.
Assalamu alaikum, Javid.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you?
Good, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Javid, your Contender Series fight has earned you so many fans in this part of the world. How has the reception been since you've been in Abu Dhabi, and how are you feeling with the crowd in the Middle East?
Yeah, that fight went viral, of course, because of the way I handled it and the beating I gave the guy, as well as the comments he made. People have always been nice to me, you know, especially after that fight, and especially here in this side of the world. They've been super supportive, always sending me messages that I'm representing them, and it's great, man. It's a great honor, bro. I really like it. I like the pressure of these things, you know. It puts pressure on myself to represent them correctly as well, and but that's it. But ultimately, all of that stuff is noise. You know, it's great to have the fans by your side, but it's noise. You know, when me and Victor are locked in the cage, the fights don't fight for me. You know.
We've been watching you and your brother and Amir Al-Bazi on this journey that you've gone through from the UK now to being in Vegas and going full time. And you know, we read the stories about you sleeping in your car. Has it dawned on you guys yet how far you've actually come and where this is going, knowing that Amir is on the verge of a title shot? You're quickly becoming a superstar in your division. Your brother's on the rise. Has that all sunk in just yet?
You know, this is a very good question. Sometimes I'll get thoughts to myself, and I'll think like, wow, man, look how far we've come. But then those thoughts just kind of like fade away because like the job isn't done, you know. We haven't done anything compared to what we're going to do, you know. So it's been a great journey, you know. It's good. It's very important to enjoy the journey, but there's no room for complacency. And me fighting this Saturday night is just going to be another step to all of us achieving our dreams, you know. Amir's got big fights on the horizon. He should be fighting for the title next. My brother's a great fighter, you know. He's the most underrated fighter on the roster, you know. And I'm going to show my worth on Saturday as well.
We can't wait to see you. Good luck, Javid.
Thank you.
Just wanted the prediction for the main event. Who you got?
Main event, it's got to be Islam for me. I really like Volkanovski, his fight style. But Islam, full camp, and last time, even though it was a competitive fight, I still thought he had 4 rounds in the bag. And he's a great fighter, man. Islam's going to be very hard to beat. I don't see anyone in the division beating him. Thank you, guys.
personally, so it stays in our mind, and we want always to cut this capital, change it with the good memories in this fight. So, alhamdulillah for that what happened, and I hope everything will be good.
And what do you make of Cendrix as an opponent? I believe you guys were scheduled to fight earlier, and this has been rebooked. So what do you make of his skill set when you step in there?
First of all, I had to fight this guy, and as I said, you guys always don't see me so much. You see me in social media, but you don't see me a lot with the media. So I don't share my private life so much, like what I mean with private life, like with up and downs in my life, in the private life. I don't share it with people or the media. So what happened behind the scenes, because everybody shared the good moments, and every fighter knows from what I'm talking, today you are winning, everybody is with you, you're losing, and the fake faces, double faces, they skip away. Also, some of the media today, they write good about you, tomorrow, this is an unthankful business, and alhamdulillah, I used to fight this guy. I had some issues. I was delayed. UFC was delayed with the visa process, and they didn't give me the visa so early, so I could not make it on time to fly to US. But now everything is good. Everything is fixed. I got my visa after that, and we skipped the fight. I used to fight in Paris, but I skipped it for Abu Dhabi because it's much better, and I like to be here and to fight in Abu Dhabi.
And obviously last month was a difficult time for your country, Morocco, because of the earthquake. Has this added pressure to you, or do you want to go out there and kind of set an example for your countrymen that are going through hard times?
It is very sad, it's hurt us, and the guys and the kids, the women, the people who died there, I think they are now in a better place than us, because to have this accident is not always nice. We did what we could do, me and my family and my team. We tried to help for Sabilillah, for Allah, to help these guys to do, because if we got this platform and this position to do something, and we tried our best to help, to get, as you saw, we get all united. It brought us all together. Sometimes it's happened in life accidentally, like something bring us all together, and we show the whole world how united we are. And thank for everybody and His Majesty. He did the greatest job, and and we show our power together to help them. And I did what I could do, not enough, but alhamdulillah, it was in my preparation. But those things give you power and give you strength to help it. It touches personally, but alhamdulillah for everything. God don't make mistake, and it was written already that's gonna happen, and alhamdulillah for that. So, yes, you see what happened around the world. Everybody today is good, tomorrow not good. People dying, kids dying everywhere, and we ask Allah to have mercy and to be peace with them. And this is always not nice to see. It's not about Morocco or Palestine or Israel or around the world, everywhere in Africa or something. It's take us personally, and it's not nice to see, because if you skip the social media, you always see people dying, kids, and people needs help. This is always not nice to see. And it comes in this situation, in this fight week, and somewhere they have it much better than us. So it's very sad, and we hope that Allah have mercy and peace with them. So, yeah. Meow. Thank you, guys.
Hello, one question. How are you?
Good afternoon.
I don't think any of us expected to see you here, but it is nice to see you. Talk us through the what must have been a bit of a crazy process for you to get here and fight on Saturday.
I mean, it's not the first time, you know. And how crazy is it? Same location. So I think this has kind of been my whole career. It's been preparing me for moments like this. After my first ever professional fight, I couldn't get a fight for a long, long time. But you just had to stay in the gym and then hopefully get a fight on a couple weeks and jump in. And so this is what we do. Fighters fight.
Now, there is a difference, though, right? Last time you were champion, it felt like the card was on your back, and this guy came in to fight you. This time it's you coming in to fight a guy who everyone's saying is this unstoppable force. Is that part of the motivation? What exactly made you sort of go, yes, okay, I will do this again?
No, I think it's just the opportunity. You know, it's another opportunity to be able to test yourself. It's another opportunity to be able to elevate yourself. And it's part of being a man. It's part of living. You know, you have highs of highs and you have lows of lows. And living is being able to get up and get back on that horse and test yourself like that again. I mean, most people won't be able to guess what my favorite fight is that I've been in. Can anyone guess what that fight is?
I'll tell you guess that it's the first Masvidal fight just because of the situation.
No. It was the first Covington fight. And a lot of people would say that's the most challenging fight I've had. Obviously, my last two fights. But that fight was extremely challenging because it was just something primal about it. I didn't think about anything. I didn't worry about anything. I didn't care about anything. It was just me in there, just putting my heart and my soul into that fight. There was nothing that could have distracted me that night. And so when you get done with that fight, a fight like that, everyone was like, oh man, you got hit a lot. But it was the most fun fight I've ever had. And so I realized through soul searching, it's just that, hey, that's you only get a few of those moments to be able to experience something like that. So, you know, I want to experience it a couple more times before I walk away from this sport.
It's funny, you used the word there, primal. And I think we've seen how Khamzat fights, right? It seems to be on the gas the moment he comes out, and primal would be a good word to describe it. Is that what you're expecting when you get in there with him?
Yeah, I expect any and everything. You know, that's what you prepare for. That's what you train for each and every day. And so I'm expecting it. I expect him to come out and do whatever he wants to do and try whatever he wants to do. That's part of this sport. You know, we jockeying for position each and every inch, and you know, whoever's plan starts to unravel, then the other guy's hand will be raised.
He was just in here, obviously asked about you, and he said that this is a fight that he's been hearing about since the moment he got to this promotion. And he said that he sees similarities in you, but I have to say, he also said that you're like the iPhone 5 version and he's the iPhone Pro version. He said you're the older case and he's the new guy coming on the block. Do you see this guy to be this threat that everyone says he is, or do you think, no, I've been around and I've seen this come and I've seen this go? What do you think about him and his terms of where he could go in this sport?
I think he's as advertised. He's very tough, you know, very strong. He's big. He can strike, he can wrestle, he can grapple. He can do it all. So can I. You know, so I think he's as advertised. But you don't know until you know. You know, ignorance is bliss sometimes, and I give him all the props in the world. He's done everything he needed to do with what he's been presented with. You know, but, you know, the iPhone Pro sometimes doesn't fit in certain pockets. You know, you might need just a regular iPhone. They both take good pictures, and they both work just fine.
I like that. If you win this fight, you're getting a title shot. And I believe I heard you this week saying you can take one title, go down and take your old title, and then just walk away into the sunset. Him and Islam both sort of suggested that you and Alex have come in here for the money, right? You're getting a big pay jump. But for you, what is the motivation to be here? Is it to show people you can do it? Is it to get money, or is it to get that title back?
Do you think I have money?
I would say you've got a little bit of money, yeah, tucked away somewhere.
Okay. So clearly ain't about the money, you know, and I asked for the fight.
You asked for the fight.
initially when he was at my weight.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's missed it, a couple of times now? I don't know how many times. And, you know, so it's one of those situations. I don't really care. It's just, honestly, when I think about it, it's soul-searching. It's wanting to get that opportunity, wanting to feel that again. Because if you really look at it, when I was sitting down waiting for a fight, what was everyone saying? Who's he going to fight? Like, we've seen him fight that guy twice, that guy 3 times. He's beat that guy. He's beat that one. Yeah. You know, people were kind of, what excites us about a fight? Are you excited about this fight? Think so.
Kamaru, Alex was in here, and he said it's kind of a blessing in disguise because he wasn't putting his body through hell for the 8-12 weeks, and he just gets focused on himself and comes in, like, obviously he would prefer a full camp, but he is fresh in the head and kind of physically fresh. So I'm curious, do you feel the same way?
Absolutely. It's just something, it's such a weird switch that's flipped when you sign the contract. And so before that, you're just training. You'll be surprised. You go into some of these gyms and you'll see obviously you'll see a guy just having his way with other guys. If it's a guy that's preparing for a fight, you're just kicking the shit out of him. You're just doing whatever you want with them. And then the moment you sign the fight, it's like, oh my God, nothing works. It's just a switch that goes off in your head. And so we didn't have to make that switch this time. We was in the gym just, doing what we do. This is our career. We're not just sitting at home and doing absolutely nothing. We're in the gym, we're learning, we're growing. And when the opportunity came, it took a little second to think about it. I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
And obviously the last few of your fights, especially the title fights, they've been big fights, but I feel like the buzz around you fighting Khamzat just feels a little different than, rematching Leon or rematching Colby. So I'm curious, just compared to the build-up to those fights, do you feel like more fans are excited for this fight specifically than any of your recent ones?
You tell me.
I would say so.
Then why wouldn't I want to do it? Exactly.
I'm curious, do you think you'll feel like an actual middleweight in there or just a welterweight that's not cutting as much weight?
That doesn't make any difference. Since the beginning of my career, Henry, in our gym that when I started, he always said the same thing every day. It doesn't matter. Everybody spars everybody. It doesn't matter if you're big, you're small, you're skinny, you're fat, you're ugly, cute. Doesn't matter. Everybody spars everybody. I had to spar Anthony Johnson. I had to spar Anthony Johnson for a lot of my career and his career. So it doesn't matter.
And final one for me, obviously, if you do get past Khamzat, Sean Strickland, the rematch that I don't think a lot of people know that you did fight him at welterweight so long ago. So I'm curious, back then, like you're pretty vocal that you saw something in Leon that you kind of assumed maybe you would see him down the road after your first fight. Was there any part of you that after you beat Sean the first time that maybe I would see Sean Strickland again down the road and would be in a UFC title fight?
I don't think of it like that. I think of it when I reflect. At that point, I was coming downhill fast. I didn't care who was in my way. And Leon was that, I didn't care and took care of business. Sean was that, I didn't care and I took care of business. And so I don't really, I don't really dwell on it. It's when I'm done and I sit back now and start to reflect a little bit more and more. Like you just mentioned, a lot of people didn't know that I fought Sean Strickland. So you can tell, I've been putting in work for a minute now. And so it's just kind of one of those things. Now I'm starting to be in a position to where you get to reflect and say, I did put some work in. Beat quite a few people here.
How do you think Sean has evolved since then? Obviously fighting up a different division now, but do you see many similarities in his game, or does he look vastly different to you now?
Yeah, this is MMA. Styles make fights. Sean, I think he's definitely grown a lot, of course. But I think the most important thing is he's grown into his identity of a fighter. He accepts the fact that he fights this particular style, a particular way. And he's just leaned into it, and he's grown exponentially, and now he's the champion. But styles make fights. I said it when I came into the game. I'm a nightmare for certain people to deal with, and I just think that that matchup, it's a nightmare for Sean Strickland. But he's grown exponentially. He's very, very improved.
When you look at the fight with Khamzat, I mean, we haven't seen him face a ton of adversity. Probably the Gilbert fight was definitely moments that he had to fight back from. He said he learned from that and, won't be as wild and things like that. But when you watch that fight back, do you feel like there's things that maybe Gilbert didn't take advantage of that you would in a similar scenario?
I mean, we're different fighters. Gilbert Burns is a hell of a fighter, great fighter, but I'm a different fighter. So my fight IQ, the way I see certain things or just compute certain things in the fight are slightly different. So, it is what it is. And if Khamzat is the true contender and potential future star that I think he could be, then hopefully he learned from that. But we'll find out Saturday.
And in this fight, you will have Henry Hooft in your corner, as well as Trevor Whitman for the first time. How do you think that's going to manifest itself? What kind of confidence does it give you having those two voices behind you on a fight night?
Great confidence. I think, all through life, all through my career, now when I reflect, I'm like, I've always been blessed to be in front of men that pour into me in a certain way, that kind of help push me further in my journey of life. And to be able to stumble into the gym and have a Henry Hooft build the foundation, and then somehow run into Trevor Whitman and meet him to where, you could find a coach that could kind of fine-tune and hone into certain things. And to have both of them, they're very, very different in their approach, but they're both different approaches that speak to me and get me to react a certain way. So I'm thrilled. I'm excited. I want to see how it works because, sometimes I need a drill sergeant and sometimes I need a friend to talk to me. So we'll see how that goes.
And Francis Ngannou is fighting next weekend in Saudi Arabia. Are you going to go from here to there?
I'm trying to, we'll see. I try not to make too many plans. I did that once. It worked out, actually. I had a GQ shoot right after New York. So I try not to make too many plans right after a fight because you never know what's going to happen. So, but of course, I would love to get out there and support Francis. Francis has been my brother since we both got into the UFC. I think our actual first official fight was in the same card in the UFC. So, yeah, I would love to support him. And there's a lot of people kind of doubting him, just like people doubt me and people doubt us. That's life. They doubt us each and every day. But, as long as you're blessed with 2 arms, 2 feet, and you can step in there, anything can happen.
And just last thing, if you win this fight, go on to rematch Sean Strickland, win that, there's a whole plethora of other guys, but it just seems like Dricus du Plessis is the #1 contender, and you've had words about him in the past. Would that be a fight that you would relish?
Absolutely. I don't say no to fights, clearly. So 100%, it could happen. I could also go down and take that belt back, so, you never know. I mean, what a way to go out, huh? Move up, grab that belt, go back down, grab that one too, throw up some fingers, walk away.
And you mentioned going down, last one from me. If Colby beats Leon, would that be kind of like a weird thing for you to compute, considering you've beaten him twice, and then what happened with Leon?
No. Like I just told you, the plans. Go grab this one real quick, keep it warm before Izzy come back, and go down and grab that one too.
Kamaru, over here. Hi. You boast a 97% takedown defense rate. Do you think Khamzat will be able to take you down? And how do you envision this fight going? Because sometimes 2 grapplers could neutralize each other, but we've seen you stand and trade too. And so we've seen him as well.
I don't know. Doesn't really matter to me. Some guys wrestle, some guys don't. I mean, I fought Colby Covington the first fight. None of us took a shot. I fought Leon Edwards. He took a couple of shots. It's like, so it doesn't really check out. It doesn't matter. If he tries to take me down, good. If he doesn't, good.
And what do you think of his striking?
It's good. Very good. Good striking, good wrestling, good grappling. Good endurance so far. So it's all good. We'll see how it plays out on Saturday.
Just one one more for me. Colby and Leon, a lot of people feel like Colby's wrestling could trouble Leon, a lot of pundits. You fought both guys. How do you see the fight playing out? And do you feel like Leon could stuff his takedowns?
That's an intriguing fight. That's a fight that I'm looking forward to. Just because I'm a fan of high-level fighting, and I'm a fan of both guys. And so that's a fight that I'm definitely looking forward to. Colby is, styles make fights, and MMA math doesn't really check out. So we'll see how that plays out. But, I think Leon's a bit underrated and just kind of, he's a bit underrated. And Covington as well. I think his striking's a bit underrated too. So we'll see how that checks out for sure. I'll be excited.
Thank you.
Kamaru, your reign has been considered one of the greatest of all time. Now, coming off 2 losses, it's almost as though people have forgotten how good you are. How important is this fight to get yourself back into the conversation as the welterweight GOAT?
It's not that important. Getting in that conversation is not that important. I didn't do this to be in the conversation. I just did this because, one, I wanted to make money. And 2, I love to compete. I loved to compete. And it was just something that burned inside of me to where I always wanted to compete and compete. Even though as scary as it is, even though as hot, didn't matter how high the mountain looked at the time, I just wanted to compete, to try to climb it. And so, it's crazy how quick people forget. You have 2 fights where, if you look at those fights, look at the second Edwards fight. Had I not, that minute, that kick not landed with a minute left of the fight, we're not even having a conversation. And so, and then the second fight, and that's considered, Leon's the best in the world right now, considered in my weight class. So, and look how close that fight was. So I think it's, people forget very quickly, but it is what it is. I'm not here to put myself in any conversation because for them to talk about. This is for me. This is me getting up there, and this is me putting my heart and soul back out there and figuring out what I really want.
Well, throughout your career, you're usually the overwhelming favorite going into a fight. How does it feel going into this fight as the underdog?
Never mattered to me whether you're the favorite or the underdog. Means no difference. I still have to get in there and, punch someone's face, and they're going to punch my face. So it never mattered. I think I've been underdogs before. In the Woodley fight, I was an underdog. So it makes no difference.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you. The main event, Islam versus Volkanovski. I think that is it's an intriguing fight. For Volkanovski, it's just, what a great way to just come in and, take another shot. It doesn't affect him in any way. You've already lost to him, so it doesn't, you're just getting another crack at it. Islam is big, strong. I think Islam, if he's a champion that I know he is, I think he took a lot away from that first fight and understood that, okay, maybe it's not as easy as I thought it was. Now we're going to, tweak a few things. I think Islam gets it done. I think he gets it done. But Volkanovski's no slouch. He has no neck for you to choke. The legs aren't super long for you to grab and take him down. So, he's just a perfect little, perfect soldier out there. Thank you, guys.